Okay, good evening, everyone. The ones that I didn't expect to see here are here. Everybody except Jared. So, which is good. We'll call meeting to order, verify a quorum. And Vice President Haskey.
Here.
Board Member Wells.
Here.
And Board Member George. Board Member Montoya. Okay, and I'm here, so that's 3, which is a quorum. Any comments? Sharon?
I didn't receive any comments.
Okay, we'll continue on with item 3A. Excuse me. Request for authorization to dispose of property for transportation / operations by Cindy Theodore.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Deswood, board members. So this is the authorization to dispose of our spare buses. We've got some spare buses anywhere from 15, 16, 17 years old that have some problems with them, such as they need tranny work or they need some type of engine work, and their repairs will exceed the value. So we would like to go ahead and retire them. We've got 2006, 2007, 2000, and a couple of 2008 buses. We do have an 09 bus. That bus has some engine problems. So we are not using it right now, as of now.
Are you done?
Questions?
Any questions, board members? Straightforward.
Sounds like they need to be retired.
Yes.
So my question is to Assistant Superintendent Deswood that, that was something mentioned in here. Was it according our process? Or we're not having to have another?
Oh, as far as the.
I don't know how much, that's why I'm talking in code.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if I should say everything or what I'm referring to, or.
Is it public?
Is this public?
Are the audit findings public?
Not yet.
Not yet. I think
So
after
like we
tonight.
have, yeah. Once it's approved, then it won't be,
Okay.
so.
But I think it might be on the DPEG website though.
I think once it's approved, then it does go to the clearinghouse, and then it becomes public record. But right now it isn't.
Okay,
So are you asking if this is consistent with good practices?
I'm asking if we're not gonna have another one.
Not with this particular disposal of these that went through the proper protocols to get to this point. So Candace and Cindy worked with the finance department and Herbie to go through this process.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Item B, request 24-hour deposit. I'm sorry, Board Member Wells, did you have any questions, comments?
She said there was
She said it sounds like they needed to be retired.
yeah, that's exactly what he said.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I just spoke through, I didn't request permission to speak, but yes, I think they need to be retired.
Okay. Okay, we'll move along to item B. Request 24-hour deposit alternative plan by Peter Deswood.
So board president, board members, our new finance director, Ms. Carol, is online right now with us, and she has been briefed on all of the finance reports. So she will be giving the finance reports tonight. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. I'm glad to be here. Board President Aspis, members of the board, Associate Superintendent Deswood. So it looks like last board meeting, you guys went over a request for 24-hour deposited and alternative plans. There was some questions and a little bit of concern. And so I just wanted to see, if we can go over this one more time and then just see if we have enough to get it approved. So basically what it is it's a letter or a waiver to PED to circumvent audit findings. And it's an allowable mechanism that PED allows and recommended by auditors. And the reason for this is because you've got some entities that are so far, there's potential for you to have a lot of audit findings because of the distance. And so what this is trying to do and is giving the authority for the district to do is circumvent that 24-hour rule that is in statute. And so they've set up an armored vehicle courier service to pick up the deposits. The cash is collected at each of the sites and secured in a vault. And then money collected over 300 are done within 24 hours. And if it's less than that, it's stored in the vault or until $300 is collected. I looked into the collections. It looks like Loomis is who's being contracted to do the collection and pickup. It's about $20,000 that we use this fiscal year for that service. I know some of the concern was, can staff do this job? What can we do? So that's more of a process more than this. What we're asking for is a waiver to get it allowed. And so we can always tweak and work with what that process is to get it to where we need it to be, to make sure that we're meeting everything that we need. But for right now, the request is for the board to approve this letter and waiver so that the district can circumvent any audit findings for this next fiscal year. So with that, I stand for any questions on this item.
Board members, any comments, questions?
Madam President, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Carol, do I understand that after the amount of money reaches $300, then we have 24 hours to get it deposited. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. That's all I had, Madam President.
yes, that would be great. That's a good question. Thank you.
They only have how many hours?
24.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I would like to, I don't. We're missing 2 board members and we have a conference going on with the Mexico School Board Association. And I'm not sure how many is over there, but would like to table this till next month. And my feelings are still the same. I think if we can tweak and work with a courier, then we can still tweak and work with what's already established. But would like the input of the other 2 and other 2 board members to really make a good decision. That would be my comment. Or till Tuesday, maybe they're back by Tuesday. I mean, I'm just saying wait for any really. Okay, we go on to item C.
Item C, go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay, so that's procurement for purchase orders over 60,000. There's 4 of them. All of these are coming out of the 24,330 ARA funds, or actually they're not the ARA, they're the ESSER 3. It looks like Bellamy D. Herrera has looking for portable admin radio and accessories. They're in a total amount of $94,679.51. Going through a CES vendor network cabling. The next one is a CES as well, and it's for replacement of walk-in coolers and freezers in Mazzoni Elementary School. And then that's another CES contract with Farmington Heating and Metal. Total amount at $89,566.78. Then the third one is another CES, same type of project, KCHS, labor, materials, and equipment for additional walk-in coolers, removing the old ones, etc. CES contract with Farmington Heating and Metal. The 5K forms were attached and approved by PEV, so those are allowable costs, and those should be good to go. Then the final one is the Dreams in A Charter School. There's $139,777 of flow through that goes to that entity for the 24,330 allocation. And so that's what they'll be requesting through the school for reimbursement. So with that, I stand for any questions. That's all I have. And those were requested by Lucy Young, the freezers, and Mary Begay requested the charter school.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either. What's her name?
Gonzalez, Carol. Yeah, she's the
Oh, okay.
finance business.
Welcome aboard, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So Ms. Gonzalez, being the new eyes in our department or for CCSD, what are some of the stuff that that you see with
Well-
with what you just presented here? What should we be asking as a board member?
I think, overall the what you have and presented is perfectly fine. You're wanting to know the large purchases. It's perfectly fine to go ahead and table the request for the waiver on the 24-hour deposit rule, because you have questions and you have concerns, and that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of stuff that I've looked at. I've looked at the audit. There's, some stuff, but I can't talk about it until all that's resolved. But looking at all of that and talking with people in the departments, and I'll go in and start looking really thoroughly at the processes, et cetera. I think overall the district is in great shape. Although there appears to be, audit findings, every district has audit findings, but these seem to be that can be remedied. So I think as a board, we'll get to know each other better, and then maybe have, some more better discussions of what maybe I feel like you guys might want, training, additional information, etc.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, we slept since the last board meetings, but the Dream Dinner, is that a new addition to this procurement? It seems to me that this is the first I'm seeing that.
Probably so, because your ESSER 3 funds were so large, the proportionate share that goes to the charter school probably in the past were very limited and were under the 60,000 threshold. So that's probably why this is coming up, is because ESSER 3 was a huge amount of money that came to the district. This will be the last year for the ESSER 3, and so this will go away.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
No.
I have no further comments.
Okay, we'll go on to item D, accounts payable disbursements, distribution listing, outstanding check listing, expenditure and revenue reports, JOM listing, budget journal entries, report, and invoice journal detail report by Peter Deswick.
So again, I'll go over all that. So in your packets, you guys have all of those documents. The disbursement listings for the month of June for operational were 6.6 million. Activities is at 63,000. You've got your outstanding check listings with operational at 6.8 million in outstanding checks, and activities at 63,000. You've got expenditure reports there with your general funds equating to the month of June of 8.65 million. Your grants, you expended 5.53 million. And capital outlay and debt services are at 14.1 million. So I don't know in the past if you've looked at every single report one by one, if you want me to go through each report, or you just want me to give you that kind of basic detail.
Usually, Pete goes through.
Usually the final totals, the grand totals that are at the bottom, and then the the codes that are up on the top.
So you can start. Okay. You can start with the distribution listing for operational. So that's all of the distribution or checks that were written for the month. And if you get to the very bottom of that, that's where you get the 6.6 million. And then on the next one, you've got the activity funds and all their listings. And at the end of that, there was 63,000 in expenditures. And this is from the bank, outstanding check as of June 30th. We're 6.821 in operational. Activities the same, you're at 63,596. And the report for the general fund. We're looking at a grand total of 8.65 million. And then in your grant, we're looking at 5.538 million.
So on the grants, hold on.
So the grants will extend them and then ask for reimbursement. We have until July 7th to ask for reimbursement or submit the actual reimbursement claim. Then it goes through process. If something is wrong or whatever happens, then PED opens up an adjustment request for reimbursement window from August 1st to August 12th. And typically, you don't get all of these reimbursements until probably closer to September, sometimes October. It just depends on how quick PED can get them out. I know they talked about at the last board meeting having to do temporary transfers on the books to not show the negative amount. But basically what that is it's just an entry. It's an accounting entry. It's not really physically doing anything other than on paper saying we're loaning from operational these funds so that they zero out so that you're in compliance. And technically what happens is it's a journal entry that's made on June 30th and can be reversed in July. It could even be reimbursed, the next day or whatever, because you're bringing that money in. It's just the transition between fiscal year entries is all it is. Any questions on that?
Any questions, board members?
I believe I understand it. Thank you.
Have any questions? No, it's not after we talk about our audit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then we move on to capital outlay. We're at 14 million. For the month. And then I know one of the other attachments they give you is all the backup of every single purchase. Move on to the next. Next to your revenue, we had 27 million in revenues received this month in June. And then in the grants, you're still in the negative, of course, because it's on a reimbursement basis. You're going to probably always be in the negative because by the time you get the reimbursements, you're already starting spending in the new year. So you're going to always be in your federal funds in the red. It's just that's normal. And then capital outlay and debt services. You're at 3 million. I'll have to look at that and see what where you're at. And then you've got your Johnson O'Malley information. There's all the purchases that were made. And those equated to $68,627.70 for 20. And then you've got a budget journal entry to clean up the chart of accounts. They're moving money, let's see, from professional development.
I'm trying to get my movement.
And there's just lots of them. So that's for the month, all of the journal entries that were made for the whole month. Total of 21 million ins and out. And then this 630 pages is all of the detail for all the previous information we just went over. So this lets you know who the vendor is, what the PO number is, what the items are that are purchased, and then the ending payment, the check number, etc. And with that, I stand with any questions.
Okay, for me, I usually ask for the Carl Perkins, what we received from Carl Perkins, and then also Impact Aid, if any, and then our ad valorem.
We have gone.
Actually.
So Carl Perkins, ad valorem, what was the other one?
The
Impact
Carl-
Aid?
Impact Aid and Carl Perkins.
Okay. So I'll know for future to add those. Were they separate, then separately in a separate report, kind of like the Johnson O'Malley?
Yes, it would be separate.
Yes.
Board President, if I may, we do have a revenue of 42,624 as far as the Carl Perkins. And that's
How much?
Carl, 42,624 that we got in revenue from it.
Mhm.
It looks like the balance of that on that one is 115,261.
Even though we just ended our fiscal, we still got 115.
That's what it looks like on here.
Is it a carryover?
That's correct. These do, some of these do carry over. So what was the other one, Impact Aid?
Impact Aid.
But there's a couple impact aid, special education, Indian ed. So there's 25 account 25,145 and there's 25,147. Nothing's been just for this particular month. It doesn't look like anything's been. No revenues have come in from those two. Was there a third one?
Ad valorem.
Ad valorem.
Ad valorem's gonna be on 11,000. Oh, well, it's been moved now, 15,100, I think. 41, I think, 31,701. It comes in multiple funds.
Okay.
So I'll know for the future to add those for you guys if you have that information.
But those are under revenues for grants under one of the fourth, fifth tab down. Well, it'll say revenues grants PDF. And then the
Oh,
general
okay,
fund,
general
yeah,
fund,
those
that's-
values are embedded in those.
It's next to expenditures.
Yes.
So yeah, go down to the next one, revenues general funds, I think. That's the one you're talking about, Peter?
Yeah, so the impact aid is in revenues grants, and then Perkins is in there as well, and I think the ad valorem, I think that's in general funds. I didn't look in there yet.
So it was an 11,000, but it's been moved in to its own fund. It's a 15,100, I believe. Let's scroll down and see if we have 15,100 on there. I don't see it on this one. So it's not on this report, but it would always be the code 41110. That code right there. 41110. Let's check the other report. Let's see if it shows up on there. Let's see revenues grants. Let's try that one. And then we'll look, actually it won't be on revenues grants, I'm sorry. Let's go back to revenues, the other one, revenues. Can we close that one? Let's go back to the third, the revenue. I don't know what it's labeled. Revenue, capital outlay, and debt services. So that should pick up some of it. So if you look right there in 31,701 ad valorem, your year to date, that's your
What was it?
Fourth one down.
Okay.
you received
Oh yeah, I see it.
1.65 million and 5.6 million. You actually received a little bit more than they anticipated, which everybody had that this year. And we just need to find the fund 15,200. I don't see it. So somewhere in there is fund 15,200, and that's where the operational moves its ad valorem into. Still don't stand on these reports. I'm wondering if we're going to have to modify these reports in the future. Yeah, because they're not here, but I can see. So we'll go back and we'll add all that in the future. It's probably under revenue general funds that we typically would have been for 1,500. And and they should have been right there, right after the 14,000 instructional materials, but they're missing. And 15,100 is the taxes, the ad valorem taxes and impact aid are 15,100, and those two funds are missing from here. So I'll make a note to add those into there. Any other questions besides that?
Nope. I'm good. I just wanted those. And yeah, if you go back and those are the ones that are usually what I'm interested in, and
Okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and we will add those in there. So that works good for next time. So it's missing somehow in the report writer when it was created. So,
okay.
thank you. I think that concludes item C.
D. Did she say D?
She said C.
Item D is in dog, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll go on to item E. How are you ready?
Yes, we are.
History, cost of bar pre-approvals for year 2023, 2024 by Peter Deswood.
Carol, do you have that document that Mary created?
I don't know. Was that given to?
I don't think it was uploaded because we just created it today. Jared, can you allow me to share my screen so that I can share this document?
Probably have to. Yeah, take it on there.
I'm
Oh.
just as host disabled.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking old fashioned, looking up the USB and everything.
Okay. So the finance department, Mary Begay put this together along with Herbie, and this kind of explains the process as far as the. Did you want to go through it, Carol? I'll let you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. If you want to do it, you can. Yeah,
All right,
no, that's
perfect.
fine.
So the pre-approval. So the traditional method is up on top. There's 4 steps. Bar is entered. School board approves it, and that's recorded in the minutes, right? Then it's sent to the PED for approval, and then it's updated in OBMS. Okay. So the pre-approval that was requested last month goes through 6 stages. So it's a little bit more steps, but allows us to get the budget authority for this next year. So a bar is entered, superintendent approves it, the PED approves it using that pre-approval memo that we requested last month. Then it goes back and OBMS updates that as step 4, very similar. But the next step right here, bar is presented at the next month's board meeting. And then this is where last month we mentioned that even though there's a couple of extra steps that are included, but allows us to get budget authority for the next year going. So then whenever when we asked for all those bars and budget adjustments, that was kind of what we were doing, was getting it ready so that it could be read into the record the following month. Okay. We do have a report as far as so here's an example. So the bar pre-approval history. So in 2019, April 21, 2021, it was presented by Mr. Archibek. 2020 COVID year, and then in 2021-22 board approved on February 15. That was presented by Mr. Yazi. And then again on September 2022 for the school year 2022-2023. I know that's kind of confusing. Again, that was presented by Mr. Yazzie. And then the one that we just asked for last month, that was presented by myself and Herbie. And then this was the memorandum. I had to switch it because that document that we had was oh no, let me see if I can rotate it backwards now.
One over here.
I tried that one. It wouldn't let me. Window, hey, here we go, I think. Rotate count, okay, there we go. All right, so this was the letter that we had, or the memo that we had submitted last, oh, it's acting weird. Oh, this was the original, and then this was the one that was in 2022. So it's going through that the bar memo, the history of it, and how it went through those different stages. And this was just a summary of the document that I showed earlier by month or by year. This was the one where it's showing where Donovan submitted it for approval, and then that was approved last October. And this was the one we submitted on June 13th, and that was where Ms. Aspis, you requested just the history of it. So that's how it looks like there's been 4 or 5 of these memos that have been submitted. And let's see. So that's the history of that bar pre-approval request memo that was submitted on last month's board meeting. We stand for questions. We can also update this into board docs.
Any questions, board members?
I have no questions, Madam President.
I'll just add, Board President, that I like to view it once it's uploaded
Okay,
to
yeah,
Board
we can
Docs. That would
upload
be
it.
great.
So, this item the way it reads is budget adjustments and journal entries. Doesn't say changing the method, or doesn't it's not written that where it seems like we're just going over a bar adjustment, and instead of asking or request for changing the method of how we approve them. And again, I would like to wait. I think I sent you my icon, or I don't know where that picture is.
Oh, gotcha.
See, should have that.
If you would put that paper up, Ms. Sharon, if you're able to.
Oh, we're holding the purse.
The money bag.
Right. Board President, if I may, this is item E. This was a request that you had asked to have a history of the history of costs
Right.
of the bar pre-approval process. So that's what
Right.
this report was just showing the pre-approval process, that memo and those stages that we went through.
Right. And see here, you have it listed as bar pre-approvals, but you know, our agenda is supposed to be where it's, what's the word? I know it's a $20, $30 phrase.
So this is just a discussion item.
I mean, as far as setting up an agenda, your the way you write it within the agenda should be specific.
Specificity is the word
Yes.
you're looking for, I believe.
And so here in June's meeting, we had it as bar pre-approvals. So
So you'd like us to make sure we work on that language with Sharon a little better. We can do that.
yeah, and because to the public, what if there's an accountant out there and wants to have a say, and yet the way it reads, it's just like we're going over the bar. And again, I go back to with 2 board members absent.
I thought I saw Cheryl.
Yeah, Cheryl, you're here.
Cheryl and Marion are here, so it's just one.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so yeah, I perhaps Tuesday's meeting.
Okay.
We can do this and more discussion on this.
So we're gonna revisit B so far and E, right?
B and E. And, that's why I bring up that money bag. More and more, it seems like in the name of streamlining and more of the processes or methods, as you used here, are to bypass the board. And yet, if there's any type of financial deficiencies or any type of financial issues, we are the ones that are going to get looked at. And so I would like more discussion on this Tuesday. Any other comments or questions, board members?
I'm good.
Miss George?
No questions, thank you.
We'll go on to item F. No. Item G. CCSD 2022 audit report by Byron Manning.
Peter, may I have the host back, please? Thank you.
You got it.
So it was F that we're gonna do Tuesday, not E.
B and F.
F is ready to go, the bars. Or the budget adjustments.
I thought we were just on E is why I'm confused. I don't think you haven't done F, right?
No, that
He
was
hasn't
the,
reported on F yet.
Okay, we'll go back to that. Mr. Manning?
Yes.
Believe it or not, I made a mistake.
No. Don't admit that.
You weren't supposed to be here till Tuesday. No, I was kidding. Can we finish up with Mr. Deswood on item? We skipped over item F.
You bet.
And after that, it'll be back in your corner.
That sounds fine.
All right, thank you.
Board President and Ms. Gonzalez will go ahead and complete this report.
Who's talking, baby?
I'm muted, sorry. So it looks like there was just one budget adjustment that needed to go to you. It's this local revenue operational, what we're talking about. It's just the maintenance bar moving from maintenance and repair buildings to the county tax collection costs because a lot more taxes were paid this year, so the fees were a little bit higher, and that was probably going to be exceeded, so they had to move money in there. And that's it for the bar. I don't know, is there another attachment? Yeah, that's it.
Can you go back to the first slide? County tax collection costs.
That's the fee that's paid to the county, or they get 1% of the ad valorem on the disbursement. And so that's the amount that we have to pay for receiving those county tax collections, the ad valorem taxes.
That's the question. Yes.
Good evening. Welcome aboard. Is that just an admin fee?
Yeah, so they distribute and they usually keep 1%, and then we just book it as a journal entry, unless they send the full amount and we have to write them a check back. But it's their fee for processing everything.
For the office?
So because they're the ones that literally keep track of all where those monies go, it's written into the statutes. Cities are the same way that and tax and rev is the same way. They get a small percentage going back to them to essentially pay for them doing the work to distribute the money. That's what that is.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is, the 14,000, is that what was there a price increase or something that attributes to the 5,000, the bar adjustment?
So remember that the statute changed. We used to only get 25% and now we get 100%. And so that makes sense why their percentage increased or their amount increased.
Yes, she answered it. Thank you.
She wasn't here then, so I thought I better just go ahead and jump in and take her on that one.
And it also could be some delinquent taxes. A lot of times people that are delinquent, they're not taking that into factor. So sometimes that throws it off as well. So I know statewide it looks like taxes received were a lot higher than the estimated.
So were we delinquent?
No.
No.
What that means is sometimes there's a lag in the amount of taxes that come in. But more than likely, this is because of the statutory change that we're getting a higher percentage of those tax revenues.
I guess we'll find out next year. It'll change.
It'll probably be similar.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see if it changes. All right.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have actually one more question. Is that a monthly amount or is that the annual amount?
That's the annual amount. The 14,100 was based on what they anticipated. The 1% was going to be, and then I don't know if whoever did the the adjustment estimated 5,000 is the actual, and it's jumping to 19.1. We'll know more next month when I look at everything, and I can tell you what that real amount was.
Yeah, it makes more sense if that's annual, not monthly, so.
Yeah.
Okay, are we done? Board members?
I'm good, Madam President.
Okay. Board member George? Okay, we didn't really get it, hear you, but we'll go on to item G. Mr. Manning.
All right, thank you for having us here tonight. Chris and I are both here. We'll both take part of what we'll present to you. We'll go through kind of a summary of the audit report, and at the end, Chris will go through the findings for this particular year. If it's possible that I can get to share my screen, that way I can kind of put up the audit report and kind of a little summary that we're using as we go through it. Let's see, there we go. And share. All right. Are you seeing the audit report plus a little summary report? Is that what you're seeing?
No.
No.
Sure.
Needs to the unshare screen.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the annual financial report for June 30th of 2022. On page 4 through 6 of the audit report, right here, is your opinion. Now, that is the overall purpose of a financial audit, is to give an overall opinion on your financial statements. And that is, are your financial statements fairly presented? For the district, you do have an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion possible, which says that your overall, these financial statements are fairly presented. Now, fairly presented doesn't mean they're perfect. There may be some errors in it, but the chances that those errors are significant are very small as we go about it. And the format of the audit report this year is a little different. You'll notice that compared to previous years, it actually begins with the opinion and then goes in for a basis for the opinion. And then it goes to responsibilities of management of what you have for the audit, and then auditor's responsibilities for the financial statements. So many of the things are a little different this year than what you may have seen in reports before. But overall, the big thing is that you do have an unmodified opinion. So And as I mentioned, don't hesitate to stop us at any time as we go through this if someone doesn't understand something or has some other questions. On page 7, you've got your statement of net position for the district, the primary government, and your component unit, which is Dream Dene. This is in essence the balance sheet, thinking of it from a business point of view of the district. It has all your liabilities, all your assets, and all of that information. Down here at the very bottom, you've got what is your total net position of about $38.5 million. Most districts, a lot of districts have a negative net position, kind of like the charter school does, because of this pension and OPEB liabilities that you have. That's basically, those liabilities aren't real liabilities of the district. They're paper liabilities because the state is actually responsible for that. But they make each of the individual entities that participate in ERB and the RHC programs put the portion of the liability related to the district's employees on the district's financial statements. What those numbers are, the net liability just for the state based on Central's employees is over $191 million. And that's the amount that's not funded currently in the cash and investments that the state has. Page 8 is your statement of activities. This is in essence an income statement, but presented in a very strange way compared to what most people are used to seeing an income statement. Over here, in this column, you start with your expenses down through here, which were about 102 million. And then you have 3 basic program revenue areas: charges for services, operating grants and contributions, and capital grants broken out. And then you have general revenues down in this section. For the year, the district had a positive change in net position of about $15.6 million. Now, most of that is due to positive changes in the net pension liabilities that were out there. One thing here, you had a change in accounting principle, which booked $938,000 to your financial statements. This actually should have been booked a couple of years ago. This is for the implementation of GASB 84, where you brought your activity funds to your 23,000 fund. And so the district has control over that. The school board exercises control over what you can do, how you can raise funds, how you can spend those funds. As such, they are to be accounted for as part of the district funds versus as a separate entity as the auditors had done before. So that is one change. Pages 9 and 10 is the balance sheet based in the fund method that you're used to looking at for the district. Now, one thing I'll point out, the operational cash at year end was a little over $35 million. And you actually get that by adding and subtracting numbers. This 33,190,24 is added to this 5.2 million, which is the money you had to loan to other funds the district has that had negative cash balances. And then subtract out this 3,031,000 of accrued payroll liabilities, which are basically held checks Those are liability checks for the payrolls done at year end. For NIPSIA is a big portion of it that's not distributed until July, August, and September. And so that's how you get to what a true cash balance for the district is. On pages 12 and 13 is the income statements. In essence, the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. The district actually had a net positive revenues over expenditures of about $8.4 million, whereas on page 13, the district overall was expenditures exceeded revenues by about 1.5 million on the year. One thing I always point out for board members to do, starting on page 20 through page 59, you've got your notes to the financial statements. And we recommend that you actually take the time to read through this section. The verbiage here kind of gives a good explanation of some of the requirements for the school district, some of the accounting policies and procedures that are required, plus those that the district has. And then after you get through the basic general items, you get into some more specific things like note 3 is cash and temporary investments. So it breaks out information for the district related to their cash and temporary investments. Note 4, receivables. So it gives you an item due from other governments. That's basically what the state and the federal government owed you at year end of $6.5 million. The taxes that you kind of asked about, there were 200,000 basically outstanding at year end that taxpayers had not paid that were due. Interfund receivables, this gives you an idea all the funds that had negative cash balances at year end and the amounts. Excuse me. Then it goes into your capital assets, your debt, leases, which are new this year. This is before it was just kind of a footnote. Now it comes on to your financial statements for it, but it comes on as an asset and a liability that basically offset each other. So that's why we recommend you read through this. It'll give you a lot of good information. Here is this restatement, note 18, talks about the additional 938,000 coming in because of GASB 84. Note 20 is the same information for the charter school, the detail on them that you can look at. The next real important thing for you as a board is the report on internal control, which is clear down on pages 136 and 137. Now, the report on internal control, there isn't an opinion, we don't provide an opinion on the report on internal control. It's more of a negative assurance. We tell you what we found that are areas that might be lacking in internal control, but don't give you an opinion. Now, one of the things that on here, I'll read for you you have 3 levels of findings. You have a material weakness, a significant deficiency, and then other matters. But a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis. And we considered the deficiencies described in the accompanying schedule of findings and question costs as 2022-01, 02, 08, 09 to be material weaknesses. So we identified 4 findings that we consider to be material weaknesses. Now, those are the ones that you want to concentrate on correcting first. The second level is a significant deficiency. And a significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. And we consider the following findings to be significant deficiencies, which are 2022-03, 04, 05, 06, and 07. So we had 5 that we considered to be significant deficiencies. Now, other compliance matters. In New Mexico, there are a lot of different things that we as auditors have to check for that maybe in Arizona or Colorado we wouldn't have to and wouldn't be findings on your report. Additionally, in New Mexico, there's zero materiality. That means if we find an error in the areas we're supposed to be testing, we have to write it up as a finding, even if it's a minor amount and has no effect on your financial statements. I use you kind of talked about, getting an exemption for the deposit. One that I mentioned that I received when I was the finance director there at Central was a finding for $2.47 check that was written out to Newcomb that wasn't deposited within 24 hours. So even though it was only $2.47, the law said you had to deposit it within 24 hours, and it would have been silly for someone to drive from Newcomb to Shiprock to deposit a check for that small of amount. So it still had to be written up. That gives you an idea how materiality plays into it. Normally, in most states, you would say that's immaterial and you don't have to give a finding. In New Mexico, you do. So that's why we say when you look at the findings, you need to look, and as Chris goes through them, you'll notice that we put dollar amounts and stuff in them and the quantities. So you as a board have a better idea of looking at them, of how serious and important they are. Now on page 138 through 140 is another important report. It's your report on compliance for each major program. These are your federal programs. This is the single audit report. Here, you have a mixed opinion. You have a qualified opinion for your education stabilization fund, and you have an unmodified, which is a clean opinion, for your other major funds during it. Part of that is we identified 2 findings, 2022-06 and 2022-07, that we considered to be material weaknesses, insignificant deficiencies. And then we had 2022-08 and 9 that were material weaknesses and material noncompliance. And we'll kind of talk about that. We'll let Chris kind of talk about that when we get to them. But so that is why you have a mixed report. You have a qualified on the Education Stabilization Fund, and you have an unmodified on your other major federal programs. Then finally, on pages 141 through 144, you have your schedule of expenditures of federal awards. This lists all the different funds and the various dollar amounts that the district received during the year that were expended for those various funds. And on page 143, you'll see in total the district received $47,365,000 during the year. So a very hefty amount coming from the federal government. Now we are to the schedule of findings and question costs. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who will walk through this section of it.
All right, so you're going to find there on page 145, this is going to be the summary of our audit results. It starts off with your financial statements and again lists whether or not you have what type of opinion you have. Now for your for your financial statements, you have an unmodified opinion. And then it asks questions whether or not under the internal control over financial reporting, whether there were any material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or non-compliance material to the financial statements. So in your financial statements, we had both material weakness and significant deficiencies. The second section is an overview of your federal awards. Again, asking the same questions regarding your findings, were there material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and the type of audit report that is issued. As you can see, the question answered is yes for the findings to both, and that we had that split opinion on the unmodified and qualified for your federal awards. Then you're going to have the identification of your major programs. These are the programs which were subjected to the single audit process. This is your ESSER funds, your impact aid, and your childhood nutrition. So we had 3 separate awards which we tested for your single audit. And the dollar threshold used to distinguish between your type A and your type B programs was $1.4 million, and whether or not you qualify as a low-risk auditee. Now, the first section here is going to be the financial statement findings. And since this is your first audit with us, I'm going to go over some of the formatting and the layout of the findings, so that way they kind of give you an understanding of how it is laid out and where to look for things, and why the findings are laid out the way they are. So there at the top, you're going to see 2022-001, and then bracketed by 2021-005. That's telling you this is the first audit finding of the current year, and that this is a repeated finding going back as far as the 2021 audit year, where in that year it was listed as 2021-005. This is the improper recording of year-end inventory. There in parentheses, you will see the level of finding, in this case, a material weakness. And as I stated, it was a repeat from the prior year, so it is repeated and modified. The criteria heading is where we list either the NMAC, the NMSA, the federal guideline, the New Mexico PED guidelines, whatever it is, that is the controlling legislature, the controlling law or guidance for the finding. And then we'll post that there, and then we try to bold the specific portion of that statute or rule, which we believe is the most responsive to the finding. Then you're going to come to the condition section. The condition is what the finding is. So during our review of warehouse inventory, we identified the following issues. The district did not have an accurate accounting of its warehouse inventory. Originally, district valued their inventory at $1.017 million. This inventory amount was reduced to $530,000 when tied to invoices for items tested. And then since this is a repeat finding, you're going to have this section where we talk about how this year's finding relates to the prior year. And so in the prior year, the district did not maintain an inventory of its food, non-food, and commodities inventory. The district maintained that inventory in the current year, but had materially misstated the value of the warehouse inventory. Next, you're going to have the cause, and this is what our belief is what caused the district to receive the finding. Then there is the effect. This is what effect does this finding have on either the district or its financials. And then there's going to be the auditor's recommendation. This is the steps that we as the auditors have recommended the district take in order to rectify and clear up the finding in the future. And then for board members, this is the part that's probably most pertinent for you, is the responsible officials plan. So this is the district's response to the finding. The official within the district who is responsible for correcting the finding, the timeline for when that finding is expected to be corrected, and the employee who is specifically responsible for it. And so that would be where you as board members would maybe want to check with, in this case, the warehouse supervisor at some point in the future to make sure that the issues regarding the warehouse supply have been corrected. The next finding is going to be 2022-002, the improper maintenance of fixed assets. Again, you'll see the criteria there listing the NMAC. And then in the condition, you're going to see multiple bullet points. So here are all of the conditions that made up this finding. We had the Promethean boards originally were stated at only $300,000 of additions when the total cost was closer to $3 million. We had the district's detail did not tie to previous year audits for building improvements. The district detail did not tie to previous year's audits for furniture, fixtures, equipment of about $500,000. So those are the specific dollar amounts and the issues that all fall under this finding of your annual inventory. So a lot of this had to do because you have so much construction going on, so much addition going on over the last year or two. And so this is an area where your construction coordinator, your construction specialist, business coordinator, grant specialist, and warehouse supervisor would be who you would want to follow up on for this finding. The next finding is going to be your internal controls over requests for reimbursements and revenue recording. This is also a repeat from the 2021 audit year. Now here we get to significant deficiencies. So prior we were doing material weaknesses. Now this one is a significant deficiency. And there in the condition, you'll see for each fund where we had expenditures, but you didn't request your reimbursements for the fund, or there was the reimbursement request had a difference between what you requested and what was reimbursed. So there you have it. And we listed the dollar amounts for each of those funds that we identified. So in the prior year, the district only had one fund which had a reimbursement request, which was short of actual expenditures. And the prior auditor had made an adjusting journal entry of $80,000. And for this finding, you wanted to get with go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'll point out that many of these items that we identified really existed in the prior audit, but it's one of those times where the prior auditor figured they were, for their purposes of the audit, it was immaterial. So they just booked journal entries that made them balance. So that's one of the places we look at it a little different, because having worked in the business office ourselves, most of the districts want to try to get them true. And so all of this didn't occur just in the last year. Some of these things have been building over several years. It's just the way that the prior auditors looked at it, because when they looked and said it's only $10,000, for you guys, that's immaterial from a financial perspective. So they weren't showing it. and they were just saying everything's in balance and everything's hunky-dory, when in reality, they weren't totally squared up.
I have a
The next
question.
line, go ahead.
In regards to the federal finding, the qualified finding, is that also a repeat finding? I can't remember what that was with, in terms of our federal, where it says, unmodified / qualified.
As far as a repeat, no. And here in a minute, Chris will get to those. You didn't actually have any federal findings last year.
Okay, the next one is going to be your 2022-004. This is your rental housing deposit liability, a significant deficiency, and one that's repeated from the prior year. So in this case, the district has not established policies and procedures to ensure accurate reporting of its housing deposit liability at year end. The district has worked to create a master schedule to track which tenants have provided deposits, when it was collected, and the remaining liability at year end. However, this master schedule does not tie to the current liability carried on the books. And this is one where you have multiple employees who will be responsible for that. So you want to get with them in coordinating. The next one is going to be the temporary interfund loans. This is also a significant deficiency and a repeat from the prior year. So there in the condition, you're going to see each of the fund that is listed, the description and the amount. For interfunds, some had been adjusted, but not all. And so these were the adjustments that we had to make to walk the cash and fund balances for the audit, which were not previously recorded by the district. In the prior year, there were 10 funds which needed adjustments performed by the auditors, and the balances were significantly more than the current year adjustments. So in this area, as opposed to last year, the district has made progress. And now the next section is going to be your federal award findings. This is, first one is going to be 2022-006. This is your procurement and suspension and debarment. It is a significant deficiency. Now you'll also notice there at the very top underneath the title, how this one is a little bit different in that we give you the specific federal program that this ties to and the information on that that program. So in this case, this is related to your breakfast and lunch program. So any vendor who is provided more than $25,000 of federal funds must be, you as the district must actively verify or take actions to have the vendor affirm that they are not suspended and debarred. And so for your vendor providing your school lunches and breakfast, in that case, the suspension and debarment was not verified. Now, the vendors you are currently using are not suspended or debarred. However, the district is still required to make that active and affirmative statement.
Question. May I?
Go ahead.
All right, in terms of the debarment form, I mean, to double check, that's just a form, correct? I mean, it's a form that says that they followed, they've never been suspended. It's just verifying that. It's a very easy process. Am I correct?
There are a couple different ways that you could do it. One of them is whenever you do your IFP, you have your vendor sign a statement saying that they are not currently or have been suspended and debarred from federal awards. And as long as you get them to affirm that they are not suspended or debarred, you would be meeting that step. The other thing is that you can go to the SAM.gov website that we have listed there in the finding, and you can put in the vendor's information, and then you can confirm for the district can do that themselves for their vendors. So you have either of those options to comply with the suspension and debarment requirements.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And basically, that's good for a year. So you don't have to do it every time. But if, like in July, you'd verified, you really don't have to do it till July of the next year.
Okay, the next federal award finding is going to be the impact aid application errors. Again, a significant deficiency on this one tied to the impact aid. So during our review, a student who was no longer in the special education program was still listed on the application as a student with disabilities. Another one did not have a current IEP program at the survey date. And the federal oversight agency had previously reviewed the application used for this audit and found multiple errors that had been corrected in consultation with the district. We reviewed the corrected application. Now, I also want to point you to this section here in the question cost. That is another area which is a little bit different in the federal awards. So if we have specific federal dollars, which we can tie to being what's called question cost, and then we will list that amount there. And when the feds review it, those are dollar amounts that they may question and at times may ask for a clawback. The next finding is going to be the non-compliance with the Davis-Bacon Act. This one is a material weakness and a material non-compliance. This year, we had multiple districts who actually received this because so many districts were for the first time using federal funds for construction, which typically is not done. And so in that case, many districts were just simply not aware that they had to comply with the Davis-Bacon Act. But basically, if you have more than $2,000 being spent for construction, the Davis-Bacon Act comes into compliance, and you as the district have to take certain steps. You also have to put specific language into your the Anti-Kickback Act. And one of the three contractors tested for compliance with weekly payroll certifications did not have their weekly certification provided to the district. And you basically have to have the whoever is your vendor, they have to pay the prevailing wage for the area. So many times that is well and above what the state minimum wage is. And so that is something that you as the district have to verify your contractor is doing.
And the big issue here was the district was doing these things for their projects in excess of 60,000, which they thought was the breakoff. But because of the funding of this, it specifically stated that threshold was dropped to $2,000. And so that's kind of what caught the district.
Mr. Manning,
Yes.
can you give me more examples on this? I'm trying to follow.
Okay. Basically, this was the education stabilization funds, the COVID funds were being used. If you did any type of maintenance project, construction project that used labor, then it fell under this Davis-Bacon rule. And so the district was used to doing it at 60,000, meaning they'd go get a wage determination from the state. The vendor knew that they were doing that, the other things like that. But normally in projects under 60,000 with state funds, you don't have to do that. They can pay their normal wages. They don't have to pay a prevailing wage, a union set wage, basically. But because of this special funding and them identifying it as being a $2,000 limit, which basically said if you use the dollars at all, because if you were doing anything, you're going to spend $2,000 on labor. And so they were some small projects that were going on, but there were multiple of them. And so we hadn't followed through. The vendor probably wasn't paying their employees at the stated wage rates required. And we were not getting the weekly. We don't have to go. You used to have to go interview employees of the vendor to verify that they were getting paid the proper wage rate. Now it's much like the suspension and debarment. As long as they certify that they are that's all you have to do. So that's what that weekly wage rate, they'd have to list anybody that was paid on the project during the week and certify that they met the minimum wage requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, the next federal award finding is going to be the non-compliance with equipment recording and New Mexico equipment approval form. A material weakness and material non-compliance, again related to the ESSER funds. So in our review of capital expenditures, the district had not properly identified all expenditures from the ESSER funds, which were for capital additions. The district had been approved for the addition of 500 Promethean boards. However, in the initial capital asset addition detail, only 300,000 of the total 2.9 million had been included on the listing. And the district did not obtain from the PED the pre-approval to purchase form for the purchase of 7 Windsor 20-inch riding floor scrubber machines at a cost of $76,000. For other capital assets, the district did obtain those required forms, but not for those $76,000 in purchases. The next section here, we're getting into what are the NMSA findings. So these are going to be your audit rule or state level findings. And these are your lowest tier of the 3 finding levels. And these may or may not have anything to do with your financials. And these are findings that can be a failure to follow a compliance issue. For example, like a purchase order. So it may not have anything to do with your financials. It may have to do with purchase orders, receivings, and things of that nature. So the first one here is going to be the internal controls for payroll. So during our review of payroll, there was one employee who was earning more than $20,000, but is having their insurance deductions withheld at the less than $20,000 rate. And 4 employees did not have a W-4 in their file. So as you know, your insurance deductions are determined based on your earnings, and based on your earnings, you have a different percentage withheld. So in this case, the employee was not having the correct amount withheld for their insurance deductions. The next finding is going to be 2022-11. This is your missing background checks. So one of the 40 employee files reviewed, there was no copy of the FBI background check in the file.
I'll point out here that this is actually very good. This finding, every single district in our initial audit has always had this finding. And for only 1 out of 40, it is probably the best we've ever had in a district for this area. And this one went back to someone from 2004 that was hired that didn't have the proper background check on file.
The next finding is going to be purchase orders and receiving documentation. This is the most common finding, and given a district of your size with as spread out as you are, this is one I would actually expect to find. just because you have so many people and so many different levels involved in the purchase and receiving areas. But in our review of our disbursements in 2 of the 40 items reviewed, the district did not have a valid purchase order in place prior to purchase. And we list the invoice amount, the date of the invoice, and then the date the purchase order is authorized for each of those items. When we reviewed our activity disbursements in 1 of 25 items, there was no receiving documentation for a purchase of $342.26. And in 4 of the 25 items, there was no valid purchase order in place prior to the invoice date. Now, I will say to this, as a district of your size, these are the sort of numbers that I typically would find in a much smaller district. So in that regard, I was actually kind of surprised to see how few there were. So your purchasing department really does do a very good job. But again, this goes to that zero materiality level that we were talking about, where even if you have a single instance or a single dollar, we have to report it. If we were in another state, much of this probably wouldn't make it into your financials because none of these amounts in themselves or in totality would be material.
Board President, a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Manning, is this what we refer to as an after the fact?
A purchase order after tax. So yes, that's typically how I list it. So somebody maybe makes an order on Amazon for supplies prior to the purchase order being authorized. That's one of those things. Or a good or service is received and nobody signed saying, yeah, we actually did get what we ordered.
Thank you.
And in this case, you'll look and you can see of these down here on the bottom, 2 of them, the invoice was 1 day before the purchase order.
All right. The next one is going to be the deposit not made in 24 hours. So this would relate to one of the action items that you were discussing earlier. In our review in 2 of the 25 items tested during your operational receipts, the deposit was not made within 24 hours of receipt. Again, we'll list the dollar amount. In this case, you had a $13 and a $17 receipt or deposit, which was money was received on 2/28, then deposited on 3/4, and 5/16 deposited on 5/19. This one is a repeat from last year, as you had one item which wasn't deposited in 24 hours. Next finding is going to be the improper approval of budget adjustments. During our testing of budget adjustments, we discovered 8 instances in which the district entered the budget adjustment into their accounting system prior to receiving their board approval. And Dad, did you have a little bit more on this one? As to, if I recall, there was a reason why these were done prior to the approval?
They've totally got forgotten, left off, and never went to the board at all.
Okay. The next one is going to be the improper cash controls for outstanding warrants. The state statute requires the district to void any checks that have been outstanding for 1 year or more. And when we reviewed your stale dated checks, there were still checks in your payroll clearing accounts, which were not voided at the end of the year. Next is going to be your cash appropriations in excess of your actual cash balances. So during our review, we have found 3 funds, your 11,000, your 25,147, and your 31,701, in which your budgeted cash was greater than what your actual cash was. And you can see what your final cash budget was, what your actual cash in that was, and then the difference. And you can see the operational was a relatively small amount at $8,900, but then your 31,701 was $1.3 million difference. Now, in this case, I want to go back to that one. So part of the cost for this one was the PED analyst required the district to include receivables as cash before they would approve your budget. That's not the proper way to determine the district's cash balance. And so that is part of the reason why you had this. That's one that's kind of placed a little bit on your PED analyst, advising your staff improperly.
So I have a question
Certainly.
on that, what you just stated. So that difference, did you find that anywhere, or do you ask for that from our finance department to find?
What that actually is when you're doing your budget in, let's say, April, you're guessing what your cash balance is going to be on June 30th. So you're guessing 2.5 months ahead of what you think your ending cash balance is going to be. Then what you're required to do, unless you're a perfect, see the future perfectly, very few of those funds are you going to guess your cash balance exactly right. So that original budget has to be adjusted if you estimated more cash than you actually had. So if you were estimating this fund was going to have $100,000 at June 30th, but you got there, you only had $90,000 in cash, and you never adjusted that, that's how you get this finding is your initial estimate was 10,000 higher than what your actual was, and you never changed your estimate to your actual. So it's not really that cash was missing or anything. It's just that you overestimated it and you didn't adjust it down after your audit report was finished.
Okay, I just wanted that said and explained so it doesn't look that way.
Yes, there's nothing nefarious about it. It's just
Yeah.
a bookkeeping thing.
Thank you.
Correct. You're welcome. And then the next one's going to be the failure to file an equity and athletics report. The state requires this report to be filed by August 31st, and it was not done so. The district, that was for the 21-22 school year. And so before August 31 of this year, you'll need to make sure you submit that report to the PED.
What,
Go ahead.
what part of this, I guess I failed to see the, how this would be included as a separate item, not where, we have different schools and that would be in their budget. Can you explain a little bit further?
Certainly. So this is just a report that all athletic you're required to send to the PED. So if you see there, by August 31st of the year, you got to submit this report to the PD, and it says your total enrollment of your schools, the enrollment by gender, the total number of students are participating in athletics, the athletics report, participation by gender, boys and girls teams. So it lays out specifically the data that the district must collect and then submit that to the PED by that date. And so this is basically just a report stating CCSD has 2,000 students. Of those 2,000 students, we have 500 that are engaged in sports. Of those 500, 300 are boys, 200 are girls. We have 6 boys sports and 6 girls sports. As just a brief overview, and you have to put that in the report and then submit that to the PED. I think you had a change possibly in your athletic director, and so at around the time that this report was to be submitted, and so it was one of those things where there was maybe no AD in place or a new AD was put in place, if I remember correctly, and so this report just didn't get done.
Okay. I have a question. Go ahead.
And what,
In terms of the corrective action with the timelines of completion, are there any areas where we had a timeline and we didn't meet that timeline for those corrective actions?
are you
As
asking
of-
that of us?
Yes.
That would be a question of the district personnel.
Okay.
And I was going to point out on this one also, while it's not really anything financial, this is one of those items that's in the audit rule that we as auditors are specifically supposed to review to make sure that the report has been filed, even though it's not really tied to finances.
Mhm.
This is basically to help the state make sure that they're in compliance with Title IX of federal law.
Yeah, and looking at the list is, that's why I was asking, how does this tie in?
Correct. Yeah, this wouldn't be a financial. Would have nothing to do with your financials or things of that nature. It's just a reporting compliance in this case.
Okay.
So the next finding is going to be the late submission of the IPA contract, and that is the submission of the contract for the audit. The state has a deadline for the IPA contract to be submitted to the state before May 11th. Excuse me, May 1st. And your initial bid and deadline proposal for your auditor was to be received by the district on May 11th, which is 10 days after the date the IPA selections are required to be submitted to the state auditors. Now, in this case, I believe you guys had your initial proposal was rejected by the board in the second RFP process. And so the IPA contract was not approved until August of 2022. So again, this isn't a financial, this is, again, the reporting compliance. And the last one for the district is going to be the late filing of the audit report. The audit report is required to be submitted to the state auditor by November 15th. And we did not have the audit report submitted by November 15th.
When was it submitted?
On May 5th. All right, so those were the district's findings. And then the next section is going to be for the Dream Dene Charter School. So even though they fall under CCSD, their findings are reported separately. And so in some of these cases, they're going to be the same finding as the district had, but they are specifically for Dream Dene. So in this case, the first one is going to be a missing background check, similar to the district. In this case, in 2 of the 25 employee files reviewed, there was no copying of the FBI background check in the file. In their purchase order and receiving documentation finding, there was one item out of the 25 reviewed that we did not have a valid purchase order in place prior to purchase. This was a $412 purchase. The next one is going to be the improper recording of fixed asset certification. The school board did not have its board certify its fixed assets inventory in a duly authorized meeting as required by statute. So once a year, at some point during the year, there's no hard deadline on this. It's just simply that once a year, as you as board members know, you have to do the certification of the fixed assets. Next finding is going to be the budgetary controls and cash appropriations. Much like the district, the school, Dream Dene, had 3 funds in which their cash balance was in excess of their available cash at the end of the year. And you have those amounts for those 3 funds for the 11,000, the 29,138, and third 31,703. In addition to that, the charter school had an expenditure in excess of their budget in their 31,703 fund of $263. And they also have the late filing audit report as their report gets submitted with the districts. Now, this last section here is going to be a summary of all the findings. And you'll notice at the end of each of the findings, there's going to be either a resolved or a repeated. So the findings that say resolved, those were your prior year findings, which were resolved in the current year. So your review of payroll transaction cycle, your budgetary conditions, controls over disbursements, bank reconciliation review, your budget adjustment request process, your finding for accounts payable, and journal entry approval process. All of those findings from the prior year, those were resolved in the current year. And also in the financial statements for Dream Dene, their resolved was the lack of controls over accounts receivable. And those that state repeated and renumbered, those are the findings from the prior year, which carry over into this year's audit. And that concludes my review of the findings.
Does anybody have any other questions?
I do, Mr. Manning. You mentioned when we went over the 24-hour deposit and that had we been in another state, it wouldn't be a finding. And so, and this is reoccurring. So if that's the case, and you know, as an auditor, you see this repeatedly, and why or who needs to make, if it's a legislative change, who needs to do that, or perhaps that needs to be said instead of as you indicated with the another state that this wouldn't be a finding. I'm wondering what the history was before they decided that maybe the same case that we are in, ruralness, and you know, that then really needs to be considered instead of giving more of our governing, meaning the board, powers away.
Really on this, what you're doing and the request to have that variance from the 24-hour rule, as Carol mentioned, is something that we recommend, having experienced myself here at Central, what it's like. And basically, it's a PED rule. for the 24 hours. But since they do give you that waiver option that you do have to do annually, I do think if you get it, you can get to a reasonable amount. How much, I think I heard her say $300 or something. Yes, if we make it to $300, we'll go to the bank. But if we have $13.20, we're not going to run to the bank until Monday or something like that. We'll deposit once a week or when the money hits $300. That's something that's reasonable and would allow the district to not have, it would be less likely to have a finding. Now, it's still possible because sometimes you get the fundraiser that somebody stuck it in their desk and didn't take it to the school secretary when they were supposed to. But that's a totally different issue. And so I really recommend you approach it by taking advantage of the waiver every year and doing something that's realistic for the district.
And that would be if you're looking for a change as far as like who would you speak to as far as changing the statute, that's going to be, as you stated, a PED guidance because most other municipalities or entities within the state, they have their language is simply that within a reasonable time, that whenever they receive monies, they have to make a deposit. So school districts are under this 24-hour rule specifically because the PED put it in place, not because it's actually within the state statute regarding public monies.
Okay, yes, I like that explanation and I prefer to do that instead of constantly having new administrators or people approaching the board and in the name of streamlining, give more of our powers away. And so, and then in the end, where the board is the one that's having to answer to these. And I would like to see, there's already been a letter but I would like to see a more, they need to come to some kind of, or we need to open their eyes to let them know. And maybe over time they thought it would get better, but no, I mean, when you're looking at fuel prices and, you have, a small amount or, do you really want to go? Because the fuel price to go back, especially not, and we're specifically talking about Nosh Chitty and Newcomb. Correct. And those are 40-mile drive, I believe, for Newcomb, and Nosh Chitty is a little bit further, but those are the areas that we are specifically talking about. And there's and then as far as a carrier, that's just an added expense, and I don't really like the idea of it. And so there needs to be more discussion, and if it's not through our auditors, especially the fact that we keep having this as a finding, that there needs to be a change made at PED. And I don't know if it's a board attorney, something that we need to get our board attorney involved in, or our auditors or our legislatures. I didn't know what direction.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
On your point, Mr. Manning, would you recommend that language about the waiver be a board policy, that the board or the district seeks the waiver each year, or what would your recommendation be?
Well, under the guidance and under the statute is on there, you do have to request it each year from the state, but you could make it a policy that a standing board policy that has cleared it, that every year the business office may request that waiver. And in essence, you wouldn't have to come to the board every, it's in your board policy. And so it's something, and in a way, that's how you could say you're taking back control as the board. Okay, we've said it, our policy, we want a waiver of, $300 or once a week. We'll do that or whatever it is. And that way, you're given the guidance for the business office and you're not having to deal with this every year. And hopefully, in most cases, you would not end up with findings with that variance.
And Mr. Manning, you mentioned some language I really liked, which was the rest of the state or the statutory language was one thing. Do you remember what you said on that?
Correct. So for all municipalities and other government agencies, they're under a reasonable. Is the language in the statute is that they have to make their deposit within a reasonable time frame. And so reasonable then gives you as either the board to say, okay, we say within 72 hours is reasonable, or we as auditors would then have that ability to go, okay, what do we think is a reasonable timeline? But with that hard, so I would say you would ask the PED, say, for in the statute, and I believe I do list the statute where that comes from, or I could possibly look up and see what the NMAC or the NMSA is for every other agency, and provide you that specific language within the statute or the rules.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So potentially, Mr. Manning Sr., your 1 week would fit in with that reasonable timeframe.
Yes. And that's where when I initially got it for this district, when I had done it after getting this $2.47 finding, they had kind of fought with us on the dollar amount because I was doing $500 or once a week. And so they were kind of saying, well, that's a lot of money. And so I just turned around and said, well, can we have we can have a change fund, can't we, for athletics? And they said, yes. I said, well, our change fund at Kirtland Central High School for a girls' basketball game with Shiprock is $5,000. That's okay, right? They said, yes. And so I said, so I can have $5,000 sitting in the vault that you don't have a problem with, but you got a problem with $50 sitting in the vault? And then there was just a long silence on the other end of the line. They realized this doesn't sound right. So they ended up approving us, and we went that way because, I didn't even want a principal driving from Kirtland Elementary School down to Bank of the Southwest for $40 because they got better things to do than that. Now, once a week, now that's okay, I think. Unless your dollar amount got to a larger amount, then all right, principal, secretary, whoever, they can go make that deposit. But for the most part, unless you were the high school or the middle school and had athletics, it was going to happen once a week at most.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Want me to get ready for
Any other board comments, questions? Board member George? Secretary Wells?
I don't have anything, Madam President.
Madam President, I don't have anything either, sorry.
Okay. All right, I'm good. Vice President,
I'm good.
and thank you, Mr. Manning. Chris Manning.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing us to take the time and walk through it with the detail we have. But I think it's the best way for you to understand better.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item H, which is the safety summit. Do you mind if we switch and go with the ones that are here?
No, not at all.
Ms. Lake, you want to go ahead and we'll go to item N.
You mean Kate?
M,
K,
yeah,
L,
we are
M,
K. Okay, let's go with K, L. Well, since you got 4 items, let's go with the gentleman.
Well, I'm just here as an observer. I was here the last board meeting,
Wow.
and I said that I would come at the next board meeting once it was on the agenda.
He's
So
O,
I'm
so
here.
if you wanna jump to O, I'm fine with that. No, I'm letting you know.
Let's go with O then.
I'm O.
Yeah, O.
So I had encouraged the superintendent, Stacy, to get the land, possibly bring them.
Right,
I don't know if there's an update on that or not. But
we shall see.
the superintendent is here. Really like to see, and she sent a representative, maybe to Walker or something, to discuss maybe the progress of how we're moving along with that. 'Cause, I hate to see the unit fall in unit, and I think that there can be some type of accommodations made. And they have talked with each other.
Okay, Superintendent,
Mr. Carlson actually just popped up on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Board President.
we are on item O, which is the discussion of MCJROTC program at Shiprock High School.
Okay.
And like an update on where we're at.
The only updates we have are that there are still no candidates. We haven't moved forward with anyone. We don't have any viable candidates since the last time we checked, which was during the previous board meeting, I believe. And we're more than willing to listen to any suggestions. Ms. Gallagher is very much into keeping the program alive. She definitely wants to continue on with the program if at all possible. So we are open to any suggestions. We're hoping for some movement in the positive direction.
Okay,
The comment that I have is,
you might come over here.
right. The only comment that I have is that we're in Shiprock, New Mexico. We're not in San Diego. So therefore, being isolated the way that we are, we can't just publish it on the website and expect people to start applying. We have to be actively recruiting. And the way that you actively recruit would be something maybe in a bonus thing. I would like to stay away from that because the money needs to go to the kids, not the instructor. But one way we can do it is for each Marine Corps installation, they have retirement seminars. These retirement seminars are given on a monthly basis because Marines retire on them throughout the whole year. They're at Marine Corps Air Station Yuma. They're at Camp Pendleton, California. And most of these instructors in the Marine Corps have no idea that MCJRTC even exists. And they're looking for jobs. There's a certification process, but it can be sped up if there's no instructor at the school. That's the way I would like to see the school district possibly go, is to get out there and send someone to a seminar and only give a presentation, and maybe 2-hour presentation on the certification processes, and then you go over the advantages of being one of the best kept secrets in the world. Shipwreck in Mexico.
Are you
Oh, yes.
recommending?
So, that's something that I'm a civilian, I'm not certified anymore, but I do remember a lot of these things, and I was a recruiter. And if you sit back, and I'm not saying that this is, anyone's fault or anything, but if you sit back and you say, okay, well, nobody's applying, so let's close the unit. That's doing a disservice. I just think we need to actively recruit and I know the superintendent, I talked to him the last school board, he's ready to go, so he's very enthusiastic about it. I've not talked to Ms. Gallagher. All I've heard is she wants to keep the program, but I haven't seen her.
Well, as Superintendent Carlson is saying, he needs suggestions. So therefore you're writing down the recommendations, but I don't know, we kind of teeter on a House bill that says that we are not supposed to do that, and so this should be all, it was my hope that more would have been done. And since the last board meeting, it sounds like nothing has been. And I was confident, and I felt confident that something would be done. And I even asked for documentation from Stacy Gallagher on what she has done. I would like to see the ads, the date that they were posted, in pursuit of an instructor. And that was over 2 months ago. And when we heard about this, and now next month is, school starts.
Yes.
And so I'm very, the students that came forth and supporting, the parent that came forth and supporting, there can't be enough said about, these, the ROTC. I have a nephew that went through ROTC and then went and graduated from New Mexico Military Institute this year. And I mean, these are outstanding. And then even in my own apprenticeship, I noticed that the ones that are veterans and come from that background, they stand out. So I don't know why we're being laxed on this, why we're not pursuing, but it needs to be done.
Well, I can tell you that the day after I appeared at the board, I got a call from the regional director. He says, "Hey, heard this rumor that you're going to go out and teach at Shipwreck High School all year." He says, "No." He says, "Okay, well, maybe it's just scuttlebutt," which is a rumor. And I said, I told the school board that I would go out there on my own time. If they got an instructor and get that instructor up to speed with everything. I mean, there's $1 million worth of assets, supplies, marksmanship equipment, all these other things. So it's a significant budget that we have. Uniform cleaning, alterations, etc., that have to be taken care of. You get a new instructor in there, they don't really know what they're doing. They're kind of going in blind. And that does a disservice not only to them, but to kids as well. So I volunteered that I would come out, 2 or 3 days a week, whatever, on my own time to do it. And then I told you that in October, I got to go to Florida for my winter home. So I'm going to Florida. in the winter. Plus, I'm 73 years old. There's a lot of things I can't do.
But you're an ex-Marine.
Yeah, I know. I still run and all those things, and I try to stay physically fit. But I can teach in the classroom. But I wanted to speed them up a little bit. But the whole thing is that there may be some things going on behind the scenes that I'm not aware of. That maybe Ms. Gallagher is doing. I don't know. But the colonel did call me. And he did say, "Hey, I heard this," and he does not want to close this program, but he may be forced to close it, the regional director. He told me that on the phone.
Board President.
What if we look at, instead of the program being at the high school, perhaps at Von Wilson? Would that help
I doubt
some?
that they would buy that.
No?
It has to be on a secondary level.
Okay.
Because you have, all these leadership.
I mean, just as a midway point.
They would have to do an on-site visit and everything else, make sure facilities are by square footage, all these things that are required even to get school. They're pretty extensive.
But as you said, I mean, those, it's all set up already.
Yeah, it's set up in Chicago. That sure is. Everything's ready to go. Just waiting on an instructor. So that's the key. That's where the priority really should be. I'm just annoyed.
No, you can't fix this one.
So we had a certified instructor.
How did you recruit?
I recruited on the MCGRTC website, which is listed there. And I had an opportunity. Normally it's a Marine Corps officer that is the senior instructor. But when I was in grants, I had a bachelor's degree anyway. So they allowed me, since it was so hard to get an instructor, to recruit another enlisted. And it was a lot easier to get an enlisted come out to ship like that. But I was by myself a lot. And I had 200 cadets one time for a full school year by myself, just me. But that was, that's fun. So.
Secretary Wells, do you have any questions, comments?
I agree that somebody needs to go out and recruit. I don't know who we could get to do that. If this gentleman feels that that's the best way to do, then we probably ought to see if we can proceed in that direction. But I don't think we ought to let the program lapse. That to me is not acceptable.
Mr. Wells, I think that one of the things that probably they should be doing is they should be making coordination with the regional director, because the regional director is going to let you know what you need to do. He's the guy that says, okay, it's closing or it's not closing. And he's a very amenable person. He does not want to close the school at all. He's having the same problem in the city.
Oh my.
Yeah. So
who is this individual and where is he located?
He's his name is Lieutenant Colonel Dallaire. And I'm not sure where he lives. He's a regional director, so he's responsible for like 50, 60 schools, 50, 60 programs. But he's based out of Quantico, but he actually works out of his home. I have his phone number. I can get that to him. That's not a problem. But Stacy, I know she's got it. I don't know if the superintendent has it. But that's
would it be better for a representative from the district to go there and talk to him personally? Is that what you're recommending?
That's
I'm
what I would
recommending
have
someone
thought.
go out there to the retirement seminars. Yes, sir. And first you got to find out when the retirement seminar is. Probably pay for transportation for a person to go out and one night in the hotel room. That's it. That's all you get. Meals,
No, you can't go.
No, I don't want to. I'm saying that unless I don't want to. Let's have a quick-
Hold on. I want to give the time to the board.
I'm supposed to go next week to the Devil Pups graduation
Oh, good.
in Camp Pendleton.
Nice.
But I wouldn't even know where I would be recruiting if I did.
Yeah, I would call, wherever the base is, they have what's called a G1 section. And G1 is the administrative section. It's called G1. So if you call operator, the colonel may be able to tell you too. His name is Lieutenant Colonel Caruth, not the letter. C-A-R-R-U-T-H.
CARR.
Is that when they have the retirement?
I don't think
They don't have the
That's
retirement
right.
ceremony. They're just getting people ready to retire.
Okay.
So they're required to give like a full day
out
of
processing.
what do you do with your social
Oh.
security? How does that offset your pension, your
Mhm.
medical benefits, your dependents benefits? And they cover all that. And then I'm sure that they have representatives that are recruiting as well. Say, for example, they're trained 20 years in the Marine Corps in avionics, at Lockheed Martin, to recruit them. A lot of people don't. A lot of Marines have no idea about MCGRTC. A lot of them like to work with kids, young adults. So I think that you got to kind of, once they look at, this is what they do. They go to the website, they look on the map, and they say Shiprock. Oh man, that's way out in the middle of nowhere. And then they automatically discount it just like that. But if they had somewhere that talked to them about the culture, the Navajo code talkers, things like that, that are very, very important to Marines, that you may have someone say, okay, well, I'm going to interview for that position. So, and it's going to be difficult because it is an isolated position.
Yeah.
You're in like San Diego at a high school, you may have 50 applicants for one job. So, and like I said, I was by myself a lot, but he will keep the program open if we can have one. You're supposed to have 2 instructors. It's supposed to be an officer who's never been. But if you're a bachelor, if you have a bachelor's degree, then you can teach them how to do CS as senior instructor. So that's what I did for 20 years.
Board Member George, do you have any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you. My suggestion is the last meeting that we had, the Kirtland ROTC teacher had mentioned that he was willing to take some of the Shiprock High School cadets during the day. I don't know if we could do that for them until an instructor is found. And also, I had another, I can't remember what else I was going to say, but just like everybody else has been saying about the program, it's exceptional and the kids really excel. My daughter was in that her whole 4 years, and she was a pretty high-ranking one of the top leaders there. So and that really helped her and made her disciplined and all the good things, and really it's really helping her at college. So that program is I'm a definite ROTC mom, and I'm for the program. So maybe if the ROTC instructor from Kirtland, like I said, he was willing to take the cadets from Shiprock High and for classes, so maybe we can work something out there, like President Aspis had said, maybe at Bon Wilson. Maybe he could go over there to Bon Wilson and teach the kids there until we get somebody in there, a teacher. Thank you.
Madam President.
Mr. Wells, go ahead.
Go ahead.
My understanding is that there's a conflict there because the Shiprock is Marine Corps and KCHS is Army, so that as I recall, that the two are not exactly compatible. I don't.
Are they like Hatfield and McCoy?
Yes.
Oh no.
I have a lot of respect for the Army, and I've dealt with Kirtland High School Farmington units, with the Army units. And I appreciate that gesture on his part to do that, but I don't think the Marine Corps would buy that because the curriculum, even though some of it's the same, most of it is not the same.
Maybe that's what they need.
So it's just the tenet. The tenets are all the same.
Mm.
The drill we use, different drill manuals, marksmanship, different manuals. All of our 780 hours of classroom instruction on leadership tenets are highly different because we have national scans. And I know that the Army, they have pretty sophisticated curriculum as well. So I doubt that the colonel would buy an Army instructor thinking that. So, hey, it's a great idea in theory, but I just don't think it.
I think that we ought to stick with the Marine Corps and go to these places that they're talking about, that he's talking about, where they're retiring and guys are looking for. If we have somebody there that could explain what our need is and actually what the location is, Shiprock is not that far removed from Farmington. He could live in Farmington and drive to Shiprock. I lived in Kirtland and drove to Shiprock, and we've got a superintendent that lives in Farmington and drives to Shiprock. It's not that far removed. If you live in Phoenix and or live in Gilbert and work in Phoenix, that's an hour drive just in the valley. So I don't think that would be a hardship. If I understand if you're living in LA or someplace, that Shiprock might look like an isolated place, but in reality, if you got somebody that it was there and could explain the logistics, then I don't think, maybe I shouldn't put it that way, then possibly the recruitment wouldn't be that difficult.
Well, that's true, and I drove it for 18 years. I was fortunate, however, and I lived in Grants, and I taught at Grants High School for 5 years before I started with Shiprock. So I knew the area. And I think that whoever goes out and tries to recruit or makes a presentation to these Marines that are retiring should mention the four corners. There's a lot of people that like outdoors type of things. All these things have to be mentioned, given our brief or whatever it is. And every Marine Corps base has a base newspaper. This is all advertised.
I'm wondering, has our chapters been given notice? We have veteran groups organized
Well,
there.
if they close the unit, they will be given. It will be in the papers.
So
I'm not really sure you want that.
Like he said, they could go through an accelerated training, and then he would be there to help.
Right.
And that's what I'm wondering. How come we haven't reached out to those areas? But I think all chapter houses have a veterans group.
Yeah.
And
But President, I think one thing we can do is we can meet with Mr. Bratcher, get some more of those details, and then maybe we can touch base with HR and maybe we can find a retired or former teacher who served in the Marines. So then we can pursue that path that Mr. Bradshaw was talking about of going to one of the retirement seminars and then proceed through that path. But if we do that, maybe we can do an update next month on where we are with that.
Yeah, the colonel.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the immediate because Florida is calling.
No question.
And so that's why I'm asking if that's the case where we could reach out to the chapter veterans then get them into training, and then as he is here to help, I think that would be,
There is a certification process,
mhm,
and it's not one of these things where you submit a form and automatically can teach.
mhm,
You go before a board, your package goes before a board. So it does take a little time to get certified. And some people that say, for example, had just one or two small marks in their record over 20 years, they may not get certified. However, it's good to get the word out.
mhm,
The best way to do it through Chapter House, because they know veterans.
mhm,
They know the people.
mhm.
Maybe they don't know anything about it. So
Thank you. So I guess the clarification, order to be an instructor, you have had to have retired from the Marine Corps.
that's good.
Okay. We have a veterans organization right here, which is for all the, because I'm part of my veteran organization out of my community. I'm sorry.
A lot of respect. The only, I have
So, but they would have a listing of the retired.
yes, send the word out. That's the only way it's going to happen. Like I
Vernon,
said, I didn't want to make anybody mad by saying that you got to get on the phone.
Right.
You got to get
yes, we meet monthly, and so we have our monthly meetings, and then they have the region, the whole Shiprock agency
Mhm.
meeting. So
Now, the colonel is not going to certify anybody. He probably won't even talk to anybody about the job. Mr. Certified.
mhm.
But I would. I have a phone. Cell phone.
Vernon Lee is the local rep for that veterans group.
Mhm.
And then what I was going to ask is, what's the time of consideration? How much time do you put in? Can you have another job? And that is the question.
Not do what you're supposed to do.
Okay. So it wouldn't be someone in the community that was former Marine and has another job. So we would need to find someone retired.
Well, I think it
A
was a
retired
part-time
one.
job.
Oh, part-time.
I think that there's a lot of this. The unit is strong. There's a lot of competitions, and sometimes it's 60, 70 hour weeks.
So the big thing is there's a lot of
I have
veterans,
number.
but how many are retired? That's the
Yeah.
key. There are.
They have to be retired, or they have to take early retirement. What's called early retirement,
Mhm.
which is 15 years, and then they take a portion of their pension.
Early
Now, the
retired.
regulations change all the time. That's why someone needs to talk to Gary, and he will give you all the information that you need. But I can tell you,
Mhm.
he will work with you to not close the unit. But you have to understand, like I mentioned last time, fiscally, it's just not. It's not.
Mhm.
It costs too much money. Because you're paying half the Marine Corps, half the instructor's salary for one thing. You're doing all the uniforms. You're paying for drill competitions. Or you give them supply because the school doesn't buy.
Board President, just three more comments. So I was informed by Tanya that the chapter house gets the vacancy list weekly. So
Mhm.
the chapters or our schools overlap. Also, Tanya said that the ROTC has an extra stipend of $5,250 annually. So there is a bonus there. She did mention also that at the beginning of the year there was an applicant at the beginning of the school year. However, they declined after a couple of months, contemplating coming out here to teach. So just wanted to put that information out on the table.
I have a recommendation. I think we need to do a proposal packet with benefits to lay it out. If you're going to recruit, it's not just going to be word of mouth for us to be walking around talking to people. We have to have a proposal packet, all prepared with all the pros of why you want to recruit somebody out here. What are the positives, the benefits, everything in terms of like the marketing, a marketing packet to have somebody come out here. And in terms of the chapters being informed of this, in my chapter, I've never heard of any open positions. So I would double the effort on that. Send it out directly to the chapters, not just to the veterans organization, but you're going to send it to the veterans organization, send it to the chapters so they can post that too. So
Well,
it's not being saturated.
yesterday I attended the chapter meeting and there was no employment, nothing to that topic was announced. So
There is a list that the Marine Corps, the colonel has. I'm sure he would share it too. Of recently certified Marine Corps instructors. Some have gotten jobs, some haven't. Some have decided not to pursue it. A lot of times people get certified and put that another job. They decide it's geographic. So it may list all the ones from California. It's all the ones from there. So try to find a mailer type. And they have their addresses on there and they have their phone numbers. I used to use it all the time when I was looking for an instructor. It was successful a couple of times, but you got to use every tool in the toolbox.
And we have to be persuasive.
well, I would love to go on the quest of looking for a veteran Marine. But however,
It's not on the agenda. Wednesday.
Yeah, I think that you can, if you do all these things, it's just a matter of getting the ball rolling and staying on top of it. Because like I mentioned, I don't want to make anybody you're going to sit there and just
this is
website and say, oh, okay, come and see us.
This is serious, and I thought we had some time to work with, and now to find out there's really nothing, no updates, nothing. So
it's going to pop up on your school's going to start. And then once school starts, it's going to be possible.
So,
and he may work with you. The colonel may work with you. Some high-powered individual needs to call and say, "Hey, I am such and such and such and such. We don't want to close. What do we need to do?" Type of thing. And so when Gunny Benali left that void in there, the reason that if I had an instructor leave, the unit was still active because I was still there. I stayed there for 18 years. So I have, I've been retired 10 years now. I was still interested in that unit since I started in 96.
Can we hear 19 years?
No, I can't do it. I'm not certified anymore. I lost my license. It expired. So.
This one we do director.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would just like recommendation if I can to say that we start working on a proposal packet.
Well, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Let's by Tuesday I would like what do you call it? A job announcement given to all chapters, to their veteran groups. And then I still like the documentation on what has been done from Ms. Gallagher. And
the list is important.
And who that person's going to be to make that contact with Carruthers. Is that Carruthers?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Caruth.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say again. Let's see.
No, you can't go on the quests.
That's what I was gonna ask. I'll go do it. Just kidding. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Shoot. I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay.
I'll add, may I, President?
Go ahead.
I also like to see the start of the proposal packet. If this is gonna go out immediately, I think there's needs to be some urgencies. Some things done immediately because we've lost a lot of time and if we don't do something, putting together some kind of packet, we're not gonna be ready. We're not ready. Just basically, we're just not ready to market to all these retirees. So we need to put our best foot forward and prepare documents now, rather now than later.
I will work with HR.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I remember now. Can we also include the announcement on the Navajo station, KTNN, or the other one?
Yes.
And then possible housing too for them?
Well, probably not the housing right away. We'll probably do the announcement. I don't know who's in charge of housing.
Ms. Frazier in Akeshar, and then also Candace Ms. Thompson oversees all of the housing. So a lot of the applications.
So, I mean, there's probably already.
Oh, there's a wait list at the PSCOC on Monday. Candace said that there were 30 on the waiting list.
Yeah, because if we find an individual that's local, we may not need to.
Okay, you ready for a phone number for the Colonel?
Did you get that, Cheryl?
Area code 916-708.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
9931. Colonel Dempsey.
Almost took the niece.
I've never met him, but we had a great conversation. It just was not good. So it'll work. So I think if you can show good faith in your recruiting efforts, you may be able to do a stay, say for example, for a semester. You started up in January, actively recruit for those instead of just saying, okay, it's closed. So it's pretty flexible. I just think you have to show them that something's being done. Because, see, it's not the Marine Corps' responsibility to instruct. It's the school district. Because they are still employed. Let's see.
Okay.
Thank you, Vicki, for building the time. I go back and inspire time to get there.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go to I.
K.
K.
Oh. I'm not I and J, I'm K, L,
Yeah.
M, and N.
Yeah, since we're on the ROTC.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. Am I dismissed?
Yeah. Thank you. So we'll go with item I, fundraising.
Greetings, board members, President, Mr. Carlson. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. The proposal you see in front of you is or the Army JRTC, a car wash fundraiser request. We have partnered with Harley Davidson. I think it's called the Fun Center now, to utilize their parking area to have a fundraiser for the JRTC, which is support all of our year-long activities, meals, expenditures that we have outside of what we're supported from the school and the Army funding. This helps us meet all those obligations. And we put together a little flyer for it. And First Sergeant DeMay, my co-instructor, he's spearheading kind of this event. And with your review and approval, I'm here to answer any questions you have in regards to that.
Any questions, board members? Comments?
I have a question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Is this the Harley Davidson out on East Main that you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is. I think they renamed it. It's still Harley Davidson, but it's Fun Center. It's the one on East Main on the other side of Farmington.
Yeah, north side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, how much are you charging for a vehicle, or is there different prices for different size vehicles?
No, sir. It's going to be a by donation fundraiser. So anybody that drives up, we didn't want to set a price like $10 a car wash, because if somebody drives up and they want to donate $20 to our car wash fundraiser, then we're going to do by donation only. And we're watching motorcycles, cars, trucks, any vehicles that show up and want to support the fundraiser.
Okay. One other question. When is this going to take place?
Let me see the dates. September 23rd. So it gives us time to get the students in with the start of school, get everybody oriented, get our uniform issues taken care of, and work with the students to spread the word out through flyers and community flyers, and hopefully our KCHS Facebook, and get as much word out there as possible. And that way we have as much participation from the community to just stop by and be a part of the fundraiser.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any more questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we'll
You
go.
want,
Okay.
you want me to go or you want McCaskill to go? He's on it.
Oh, okay, Jay. Well, thank you, Vicky.
You're welcome. I'm already.
Okay, we'll go with item J, Mr. McCaskill.
You like, I'm hanging with.
We don't hear you. Mr. Casco?
We can't hear you, coach.
We need a sign. And
Oh, yeah, it's just. I like that.
Can you hear us, Coach? Oh, you're muted, sir. We can't hear you.
He's still muted. Jerry, can you unmute him?
We can see you talking, but we just can't hear you.
Nope.
There you go. Oh,
Nope. Right there. No, go down under Wells. Right under Wells. Yeah. No. Spicy. You like spicy? I'm serious. I'm like.
Is it too hot?
No, it's
just a little bit.
Yeah.
Mr. Haskell, maybe in your settings, if you could go to the bottom left corner where your microphone, your mute box, there's an arrow that drops down. Let's just make sure it's selected on the right microphone and speaker for you, sir.
Maybe we can. He wants you to go. Probably not.
You want to go ahead and read it for him? And
Yeah, I can. Haskell, I'm going to go ahead and read your fundraiser form. If there's questions, can you answer them in the chat box? Because we're not being able to hear you. So I'll go ahead and present it for you. Is that okay? Can you give me a thumbs up? Perfect. Okay. All right. So this is for the girls basketball team at Shiprock High School. Coach McCaskill. It's a summer league basketball. We will host a summer league for basketball, men, women, and co-ed. It will be at the Shiprock High School pit and in the small gym. It will be May. Well, are those dates wrong? Are you talking like next May or?
Well, it was modified. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Modified. Oh, got it. So it will be July 19th through July 31st. There'll be about 10 students involved, 6 chaperones, and 10 volunteers. League was already approved, asking for extension to collect entry fees from June 16th through July 31st. And their projected amount to raise is $5,000, and there'll be no additional donations that will be needed. And so this is for June and July. They just wanted to extend it into July because it ends on the end of this month. And it started in June. So they needed to bring it to the board as a fundraiser for the July portion with the new school year. And that was pretty good. Not knowing. Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
the write-in date that needs to be typed And we'll go up a little bit more. More. Come down. Come down. I want to look at the signatures.
That would be Walter's. Walter signed off on it and Switch signed off on it.
Okay, it says principal. We need to start putting their title.
Title.
Yeah,
Their name.
and spell out their name. And I think maybe in the future, on our forms, leave that open so that they can put their title instead of it being, principal.
Okay.
Or I don't know, is that going against our policies? For an AD to sign off on principal?
It's not really spelled out in our policy. It's silent.
Or it could have been,
Clarify our policy.
or it could have been the principal supervisor, which would be me. I could sign off, but,
She's just asking about what the
Oh.
policy says.
okay.
And the policy doesn't really, we haven't always had a district-wide AD, so that's part of the confusion in the policy. So my recommendation would be to make sure that our policy.
But she's not district-wide, she's just at that school.
No, I understand, but part of so for example, where it says district AD, the required signatures in the policy are a little bit ambiguous. So what I'm saying is, this is fine. It doesn't violate policy, but what we probably need to do is clean up policy because our district process has changed. That's what I was trying to say.
We'll probably need to review that sometime to see where it says it's not a big deal. So if you could get that changed.
I'm working with, I'm emailing Mike, Mr. Switch as we speak.
And any more questions, comments, board members?
I have none.
Okay,
Board President, this is Sharon.
go ahead.
Just to let you know that the board did approve this portion of it, which is May 12th through June 16th. So they're starting a new one, and that's the reason why they're submitting another request from July 19th through the 31st. So just to let you know that.
So it's not amended, it's a second activity, right?
Yes, so what they were wanting to do was to continue, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I asked them to do a whole new one just to justify the dates that they're gonna be, that the board did approve.
yeah, well, we need to put that info on there too.
So-
Because I was thinking it was an amended date.
Okay. So just for clarification, as far as the signature, you want a principal or an AP to put their title and also their name, is that correct?
Well, I was saying, did whoever signs off on it, their signature and a printed name and then their title.
Okay.
However, I was wondering on our policy to fill out that form, I guess we would go to the top to see which it falls under. Does it have to be a principal? So that's what I was asking. And so, but for archive and for now, I think just making sure the name is readable and their title.
Board President, Nanelle,
on chat. She said Stacy designated her as the signer for principal.
Because, I think just to protect ourselves, even that, you know, if they're designee, somewhere needs to show that.
Okay.
And that somebody from, you know, a lower on the organizational chart is signing off on, you know, principal.
According to the policy, it says assistant superintendent should be signing off on this. I'm looking for the verbiage to see if anything says about the district. What is it? Athletic director.
There's a building level usually, and then there's
It says each sponsor shall submit in writing the purpose of the fundraiser with information pertaining to the method and time frame of the activity. And then it says at top in school fundraiser projects controlled by individual building administrators with assistant superintendent approval. And then it said that again somewhere.
And so sometimes.
So that was probably before we had a district.
Sometimes we have had ADs and sometimes we haven't. And that is an older policy that we have not updated since we have had a district AD.
So I think it should stay at the assistant superintendent until the policy is amended.
Yeah.
Because right now we're putting ourselves in not a very good situation.
President, and that's only if the principal is not available to sign.
Well, up here it says controlled by individual building administrators with assistant superintendent approval.
It's both, Peter. It's building level and district approval. But that I can. Would you like me to bring a revised policy on Tuesday?
Yeah, but right now, the fact that that was read and clarified.
Okay, so we can make those adjustments on this particular request, and then we can re-upload it by Tuesday night.
Can you sign mine tonight? I'm just kidding.
Okay, so those will get done.
Yeah.
And are we ready to go on? Any more questions, comments, board members?
I'm good.
Me too.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tasker. Thumbs up. And we'll go on to item K.
Okay, so, I gotta stand up. Before I just go on to mine, I just wanted to present the board of the school district a flyer for the San Juan County Fair. I don't know if you could take a picture and put it up, or put it up here at the district somewhere. So, it has the dates of the parade, and then when the fair is, and then the carnival dates.
Oh, it's August 4th.
And the theme is Barnyard Mardi Gras.
Interesting. How do you mix those two?
Oh, a mask with feathers. A mask
We're
with
gonna have chicken
feathers.
suits on with masks.
Yeah.
That's a thought, right? We're gonna have cows with cow suits. I have a cow suit. So I'll just wear a cow suit. Put a mask on. Okay.
You make it purple and gold?
Yes, I will.
Beef versus chicken.
All right, so for K, it's a fundraising request for the Shiprock High School Senior Class 2024. These fundraiser for graduation, field trips, graduation ceremony, graduation gifts, anything to do with the senior class. And the fundraisers would be like food sales or candy and snacks, like we sold chocolate, spirit items could be shirts, things like that, or like discount cards that we've seen on the previous, etc. And that would start probably in August. I put in here July, but probably start more in like August, September after we get the class, school started and things going on. And then I did put till the end of June. That way, if we have any money coming in after graduation, can still be accepted. Any questions on that one?
But in the meantime, you'll abide to the deposit laws.
Yes. Yes, I turn my money in as soon as I do. Yes, most definitely. And then any questions on K?
Nope.
No. Okay. So the next is L. This is also another fundraising request. And this deals with all the FFA chapters, Shiprock, Kirtland, and Newcomb. I do know they're in the process of hiring a teacher for Kirtland. That's in the works. I do know that Newcomb is still listed. That has been advertised at Ag Teachers Conference in June. And it was also it is also on our NMFFA website. And I believe that is also advertised nationally as well. So working on that. These fundraisers would be for supplemental funding for like various activities, contest supplies, equipment, awards, banquets. There are some funding through some grants that we get for some of our trips, but there are some of the trips like our livestock shows and jackpots, and meals and things that we attend that we'll need to pay for out of the FFA budget. So these fundraisers would include food sales, meat, fruit, and dessert type sales, chili items, jerky, candy, snacks, spirit items, things like that.
She was flying.
Something made me sniffy. I'm sorry. I think she's overwrought with what you're reading.
You okay?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I
apologize.
Are there any questions for the letter L? No? Okay. So the next one that I have is a unique trip. And this one is for the senior class. It is an academic field trip. It is not to be considered a senior trip. The academic field trip would be to go to, and you'll see some documents. I also brought some additional documents here for you guys to see. There is a list of activities that I would let the students read the activities and then what the activities are about. For instance, California State University Long Beach campus, we could tour the Long Beach Aquarium, the Queen Mary, which to me sounds like a really cool deal. This is a famous ship that is currently docked in Long Beach. This ship was luxury civilian ship that turned World War II ship and then back to civilian passenger ship again. And it is now permanently docked in Long Beach. So these are just some museums, like I said, the ship, campus tours that we can go on to teach the students, additional history within the United States and in the California area. So there's a list of this that I would potentially let the students read. Yes.
I have a question. So is this open to all students?
Just seniors.
Okay, because like you said, it says Central Consolidated School District shall not sponsor senior trips. Senior trips fail to meet the criteria for field trips or activity trips. Therefore, shall neither be supported nor sponsored by the district companies that sponsor senior trips. Or their agents shall not be use school district property and or other district resources to promote such trips. District employees or students who choose to represent companies promoting senior trips shall be considered agents of the company. So can you tell us how this is not considered a senior trip and how this trip would differentiate itself from other trips?
This would be, it is for seniors. There is an academic portion of it, so they have to meet requirements to go. Some of those requirements would be being a senior. Some other requirements would be holding the academic like 2.5 GPA, no discipline problems, things like that. They would do like a history lesson, some educational lessons. And then, like I said, these are some of the educational portions of it. They also do at Disneyland, they have educational workshops that we'll be attending to include the educational academic portion of it.
So my concern is, may I? My concern is if it's, you're going to Disneyland to Queen Mary, things that are more fun in terms of academics. I would prefer if you're visiting universities, you have University of California, Los Angeles, you have not Cal State.
I do have
UCLA. You have a lot of other opportunities to make this more academic than just field trips. I mean, like
and
just a regular.
I do have those listed on the itinerary. I have CSU Long Beach and UCLA are also on the itinerary as well. Yes, no.
In terms of the time that is going to be spent at these places, what do you have?
I have
Is this broken up?
So with I think it's Sharon, do you have the itinerary? So this is supplemental to changing, but I do have CSU. I keep thinking Colorado State, sorry. California.
Yeah, I'm confusing them.
Thank you. I have California State University, Long Beach on Monday. And then UCLA campus tour, I believe was Long Beach was in the morning and UCLA is in the afternoon on Monday, and we will head home on Tuesday. I'm trying to get with UCLA to do them on Saturday, but it just depends on there. So I wanted to, try to get this trip approved before. That's an old one. Do you have the new itinerary I sent you on Monday?
Sharon, is titled Southern California Activities.
Right there. Now this is the one, you're right. So this is the itinerary that I have subject to change. Like I said, I wanted to give the students an opportunity to also pick like the academic portion of it. But we have visiting both Long Beach and UCLA. And I've emailed them. I just have not got a response from them yet. And I'm assuming probably because we're still in the summer process.
Okay. Any more? Any other questions?
There is a 3-hour workshop at Disneyland that they provide, and there are 4 pillars that you can choose from. I did not pick those pillars, but there are additional information here if you would like to read it too. I had all this, but I didn't know if she wanted to put it all.
Is that in on our board docs?
If not, I will give it to you to put on.
There's this one that she has.
Oh, the pillar, the one with the
These
pillar.
ones right here.
Yes, that one is. That's
Okay,
Is this
under
one here?
That's it right here.
Yeah. And I can also leave these so you can make sure they get put on.
Okay, so can you send me the digital copies and I can upload that?
Uh-huh.
This turn and I can upload that
Sure.
Word docs.
Yeah, so it talks about like the leadership and the different workshops that they do that the students can choose from. And it's way more detailed than the one we did take in 2019.
Board President? Thank you. So if you look at the agenda, it doesn't look like they're really out there hanging out, going through, touring and doing all the fun activities I want to take my daughter to. It looks like it's very academic focused.
Right.
So even though it says Disneyland on there, if you take a look at the itinerary for what the students are going to be doing, it's very academic focused.
Any other questions?
Well, if I could get that information, then I'd also review it. Because I really, I mean, in terms of our, and this is no reflection on you, but in terms of our policies, the way it's stated, I want to make sure that that this is more academic because it says academic. And I've been on field trips. I worked in a school and I know how it can look like that. I mean, so I want to do our due diligence in when you have the opportunity for students that don't really travel to be able to, and some that do, to be able to really be given that amount of time with students. I want it to be meaningful and very academic focused because we're in the line of helping our students grow and reaching their potential. And yes, there's opportunities here for downtime, but I just want to make sure that it's very academic oriented.
Sounds great.
Wow, you're even gonna powwow over there, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, they get to choose. So the student choose 2 events. So they're not going to do all of those, but they get to choose 2. So I think with the university tours, that should be a must.
Yeah, those are.
Then
Yeah.
the other areas can be, that's where the choice should lie. He is. I'm
Any other questions there?
No, but I appreciate. This is good. So
Thank you. And I will get those to you.
Okay.
Email
Sharon.
Probably tomorrow.
Sharon.
All right, my last one is a long one. But these are under unique trips. These are for, again, Sherbrooke High School, Kirtland High School, and Newcomb High School FFA. These are trips that we take every year. The only difference that is updated is I noticed your policy for the trips had been updated. And so anything that is 2 or more nights in or out of state needed to come to the board, which I've done years ago since I've been here for 18 years. So this was no different. So the first one we have, number 1, is New Mexico State Fair. That is in Albuquerque. Please notice the dates on some of these are the dates of the fair, but it does not mean that the students will be out that entire time. It just depends on what we're doing or the livestock. In regards to the livestock shows, it just depends on what animals they are showing on what days they'll be out. So the first one is New Mexico State Fair. This is in Albuquerque. It is September 6th through the 17th. I can tell you we don't usually go down until the 8th. And I believe that is a half day. Is it? I don't remember. Anyways, and we go down, we set up set up an FFA booth, and I will tell you, the Shiprock FFA has done a booth for probably 18 years since I've been teaching there, and that is like, if we had a spectators award, we would win it hands down every year.
Oh,
there
wow.
are some awards we just don't win under the New Mexico FFA because we don't quite fit all of their rubrics or the requirements, because my purpose is to let them know where Shiprock is and what we have to offer. And we put up in our booth, Manfred Duncan helps me every year. He's helped me probably for the last 5 or so years, and we've done amazing. So it's not that we win, but you know what? We put it out there and they know who we are. And then we have students that show lambs, pigs, goats, and cattle. We actually have a student from Shiprock. We have several students that are going from Kirtland as well. So we are represented very fortunately by Shiprock and Kirtland. We haven't had any students from Newcomb, and I'm not sure. I know that program's new, but then the teacher left and a new teacher came, and I don't really know what she did. Now she left, and so it's open. So, but by the 2 chapters that are active, Kirtland and Shiprock very, very well represent New Mexico or CCSD. We've had some grand champions. We've had lots of class winners. Let's see, there is info in there on the FFA booth that we put up. There's also a livestock judging contest that we, as Shiprock, has done every year since they've had it. And we've had some winners at the livestock, and they get like a scholarship too. There's an itinerary there. Of course, the itinerary is subject to change, and usually before we go, this itinerary is attached to any of the purchase orders that are put in, and it has the list of students that will be attending. I know you've asked that before in other meetings, so all my itineraries will include a list of students. The next one is National FFA LDEs and CDEs and convention. This is in Indianapolis. This is October 29th to November 5th. When we get closer, we determine if we fly. There's an opportunity to take a train. And then we have driven it in the past. So if we drive, we stop and they see additional educational areas like the Oklahoma bombing. If you guys never seen that, amazing. The museum is great, but I like to go there at night. For some reason, the lights just hit home a whole lot more than in the daylight. But it's beautiful. It's sad, but it's beautiful. And it really, these students, like you talk about, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, oh my, wait a minute. So we do that. We go and see the St. Louis Arch. We take them to the Springfield, Missouri, which is the first and the largest Bass Pro Shop. There's also an aquarium there, and then like Nashville. So they get to see additional things on the way over there. And then after convention, we come home. Sometimes we're able to hit a few campuses, depending on their schedule. Any questions there? Okay.
So on your I know, like haze and things like that have really been outrageous. What do our students mainly have? Is it still sheep? Is it, or just?
I actually have a student that shows everything. She has goats, she has lambs, she has pigs, and she has steers and heifers.
Wow.
She keeps me busy.
elephants?
No, I'm pretty sure if they showed them, she would have it. Not even
You
kidding.
need to let us know.
And we're talking like she has 2 steers and a heifer, so 3 cattle. She has 3 lambs. She's got 2 pigs and 2 goats. Like this girl. And I do have a son. He's 12. He will now be in the Kirtland program because he does go to school in Kirtland. Everybody asks me why, but there are reasons.
So, you know, I'm just wondering this and just throwing this out, but why, how come dogs are not?
They do. They have a dog show.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for high school and ag.
You can join their dog show. Even there's a 4-H dog program, but a lot of the 4-H activities we can join with FFA as well. But they do have a dog program.
That'd be a working dog program.
Is
though,
that with?
right?
It's like agility. Any dog, it's like more of agility. So like a course, like a trail course. Yes, they do that with dogs.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe that would curb our dog situation, you know?
Maybe.
You know, I mean, seriously, you don't see sheep running around.
Well, you know what? I got a call yesterday about a lamb in front of my area and be like, "Are you missing a lamb?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not missing a lamb, but I do know what you're talking about because a student already called me about it." So there was a lamb running down Waterflow Road.
Oh wow!
By about
wow!
There were 2 feral pigs in between EBS and Career Prep in the fall.
Oh no, they were between EBS and Shiprock
that's right,
because
okay.
Rocky called me and she's like, "I think I have your pigs," and I said, "Rocky, I don't have pigs at the bar."
You should have said yes, so then we could have had a barbecue.
Well, so they put them. I sent 2 students over there to capture these pigs, and then she's like, "I think they're, I don't know, maybe mini pigs." And I get a picture. I'm like, "Rocky, come on, you show yourself. These are not. These are no."
Well, seriously, if there's
They were
elephants come
definitely
running,
wild
then let us know.
They were wild pigs.
We got a
that's for
place
sure.
for them in Florida.
Okay. All right. So I don't know how you'd alter that. I wonder if you would just lead them by their trunk.
Give them more napkins. She's getting a bookshelf.
The next, I'll just move on. You might. The next one is North American International Livestock Expo. This is in Indianapolis. It's November. Sometimes we've had students that are interested in, or it's in Kentucky, I'm sorry. We've had students that have interested. We have had students previous from Kirtland go and show there and do very well. I just put these all in there just in case we have students that decide to go. The next one is the Intertribal Ag Council. This is in December. This is actually a scholarship program. So students will attend, and last year I took my largest amount of students. I've been attending the IAC for probably, I think we figured out, over 12 years. I've taken students all but 1 year, which was 2 years. One when COVID stopped it, and then the second year when we came back, but they weren't allowing students to attend this. It is in December. It is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Students have to write an essay, and then they receive a scholarship that pays for their rooms, their transportation, and their meals.
That's when everybody wants to go to Vegas. It really is. That's the rodeo time.
Yes, it is.
Big conference, water
Yeah.
conference.
Yeah, and we took this last year. I took 26 students to this, and that was my largest. And they were all 26 selected. All 26 receive a scholarship.
Oh, wow.
And they do allow, and then they also pay for, because of our school policy, And with it being Vegas, even though ours is one chaperone for every 10 students, I do one for every 5. Yeah. And IAC pays for it. So none of this money is coming out of our school budget.
Did you take the kids to Cowboy Christmas?
I did.
Wow.
We didn't get much time, but I did because the conference, they start their conference. We travel down on Sunday. The conference starts on Monday, and they seriously are in their conference from 8 to 5. Talk about an educational. Like these kids come out at 5 and they're looking at me like, does way more than I were in class. And so I'll give them about an hour to kind of regroup, and then we take them out to eat. They get to go see the strip, not a strip show, the strip. I can see your mind running here.
I saw it.
You saw that.
Don't use that word.
We've also taken them to the old Fremont, so they they get to experience this too, and so learn a lot. And then at the end of the conference, we do go to we make one Cowboy Christmas, the original one. And they get to spend a couple hours there and then we head back. And they pay for a charter bus. So like I said, we're not it's a charter bus. It's amazing. Love it.
Nice.
And the kids, they talked about it all the time.
Very nice.
Make a request. I would like more information how these are laid out in terms of academics on that senior trip. I want if we could add the academic piece to, because these are really, I know FFA and all those are the agriculture. There's a lot of science and curriculum attached to those.
Okay.
Is there some? Then I would like to have that documented in terms of the academic piece laid out like that in terms of that field trip. So it's not a senior trip.
Okay. Got it. All right. The next one is Arizona National Livestock Show. This is at Christmas. Students are not missing any school. We leave the day after Christmas. So Christmas Day, and we are on the road on December 26th. Yes. And this is where students show their animals, and they also have a competition, speaking competitions, and livestock judging competition. They can present the FFA creed if they're first year students. So they don't have to show animals to attend this event. Now, majority of the students that go do show animals, and then they also do the contest. But we haven't had any that just go for the contest because we're already going. Some people don't want to give up their Christmas break. Some of us, we just do. There's always an itinerary and a list of students. So these are like last year's, just I wanted to give you an example. The next one is National Western Stock Show. This is in Denver. Again, this one is 2 weeks long. Students don't miss the full 2 weeks. It depends on the animals that they show. This one also has a livestock judging competition to it, and then some speakers. They didn't have their schedule fully on, but I just wanted to give you an example. It's there. An old itinerary. The next one is Tulsa Welding School, high school senior welding competition. They have to be a senior and they have to be in a welding class in order to attend this. As long as they attend this, any 3 or all 3 of the competitions, they automatically receive a $500 scholarship just by showing up. I know I have 2 students that just recently left a week ago. They started their term at Tulsa Welding School Monday.
Wow.
So I've had several students that have gone to Tulsa Welding School. We have not been able to make the dates, but I do know the 2 students that are there, they did go on their own. So I have taken students to the Houston one and the Oklahoma one. The next one is state FFA career development events. This is what we call judging time. We do livestock judging, we do horse judging, we do pasture and range, vet science. So our big ones with Shiprock is livestock judging, vet science, and horticulture. We're really competitive in those three areas. We've been ranked top 6 in the state. We've had a student that was ranked top 6 in the state in livestock judging. We've won vet science like once a few years ago, but we're getting back in there. We are usually in the top 10 to 15 at every competition, including state. This is in Las Cruces, and we leave on Monday and we come back on Saturday. The next one is state leadership, which is also, it's in June. This year we will not be missing school. Last year we went to state convention and then we came back and had the last week of school. So this one they will not be missing school. And it's where they do the public speaking, prepared, extemporaneous, creed, and job interviews. So this is all leadership. And the last one is our FFA camp and our district officer training, and that is in June, and students are not missing any school. Thank you. I will. I'll text. I'll be online. Any questions?
No. Well, Grace, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Just quick, curious, the Tulsa welding one, do we partner with Bond Wilson, and do we use how does that align with Skills USA?
I haven't done Skills USA where I am teaching, but I do know there are students that went to Skills USA through Kirtland High School this year, and I believe he actually placed in the top 3. I only know that because I know his parents.
Okay.
But you know, I've looked into Skills USA, and usually their competitions are usually around our FFA competitions. So I've had a hard time kind of doing both of those. So I've just mostly stuck with the CDEs.
Okay.
But I do know the Tulsa, the Skills USA and the CDEs would help the students that go to Tulsa, but they do have to be a senior. And they do have to be enrolled in a welding class, not an ag class. It has to be an actual. So the Bond Wilson welding class would suffice for them to go to that competition.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Any questions? Board members, comments?
Madam President.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lake, it sounds like a very comprehensive, ambitious program you have lined out there. Good luck to you. I think your students are very fortunate to have someone like yourself that's dedicated and on top of it. I commend you and hope they can realize the work that you put in and all that you do for them. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's been, they said 18 years. We're still trucking. Thank you very much.
Board Member George, any comments, questions?
Thank you. Ms. Lake, thank you for your program. I know that you've inspired a lot of students in your program agriculturally, and just good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I would have to say that, there's times that you even reached out and want to help other schools. And so I really appreciate that. And, I don't know, and it's kind of hard. We've had individuals, with like the business professionals,
yes,
and then they leave, they retire, and then it's but you're people like you, the shoes are hard to fill. So
thank you.
Thank you so much.
If I find someone, then I can retire, but
No.
that's not so wild.
Okay,
Don't make us sing like these boots are meant for walking.
Yeah.
We'll be sad.
You'll be sad. My boots are on, actually. I do have my boots for walking on right now.
We don't want you to walk.
Okay. I'll just kind of walk out of the room, okay?
Just the room.
Okay.
We'll walk to the field trips.
Yes. Any other questions?
nope.
And I'll get you the academic.
Okay, all right. Send that to me and Sharon.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go back to item H.
Thank you.
Update on Safety Summit by Jermaine Chappelle and Steve Carlson.
So, board president, board members, Mr. Carlson, you're there. Still awake, and assistant superintendent. We, Jimmy, just launch into this, Steve?
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, I took you.
It's okay. We had the Navajo Nation School Safety and Health Summit last week. Gosh, it feels like a long time ago. No, it was the week before. Yeah. June 29th and 30th. The first day we had about 150 plus participants, both in person and online. And the next step in that process is that we are, as a task force, coming up with the action plan and recommendations. We have a very rough draft of that, and we will continue to improve upon that. We already have a request or 2 requests to present on the summit and the recommendations at the Navajo Nation Council Health Education. I'm not going to get all of that right. Health education.
School.
Something. And also the Legislative Education Study Committee in New Mexico, LESC. So respectively, those are the July 26th and July 28th we'll be presenting on the summit. And so that is the very high level summary of the School Safety Summit. We had lots of very amazing contributions. Our awesome video team and IT team, and of course our safety team as well. So with that, Steve, do you have any additional comments?
Sure. I want to thank the board members who showed up. I thought that was great to have our board present for so much of it. I want to thank Dr. Ferlin Clark, who did an excellent job of kind of bringing people together, and for giving me the opportunity also to lead that panel. I don't know how many got a chance to see the panel of superintendents and students, and I was really surprised at some of what came out of that. I think those discussions really centered around mental health, and I think that the next steps as we get it more into what we can do in terms of mental health and addressing those kind of issues are kind of where we're headed. So again, and again, thanks to the district people who were able to show up. I know some folks worked some Friday. A Friday they weren't really supposed to work, but I appreciate them coming out and switching their time around to do that. So thanks for all the district people, and thanks Jermaine for all the work. I know you put a ton of work into it. So other than that, if folks have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I also would just like to thank everyone that really helped out from Central Consolidated School District, all the employees, all the all the volunteers that came forward, and it was a success, and really showed us in a really good light. So thank you to everyone who had a hand in this event. Thank you.
So for my comment, I would like to ask that we look at the AVERT training and as a district, and to have our people go through that AVERT training.
Sorry. No, I choked. Two things. One, Health Education Human Service Committee.
Yes.
And then we do have our employees do the AVERT. In fact, we do in here. David and Devin organize with all of the schools, the beginning of the school year. We went through, I got AVERT trained and everything in here. We do the, we lock up in here, and then the trainers come in and they try to break in, and they go through all of those, all of those training.
I want to say, I think we're pretty close to 100% with all the employees certified in food training.
That's good. Because we had another meeting Tuesday at Farmington High, and that was one thing that I asked, that for immediate, we started this by breaking it down to immediate and then future goals, and for the immediate, since school started, and now to hear that our district, our staff is almost 100%. That's even better. And because I think it was agreed that there's something that they would like for the other school districts to be up on as well. And so that is good to hear.
Is that for teachers and all of, or just
all of our staff? We had drivers, directors were a part of it, coordinators, just top to bottom. Yeah.
do we have documentation
Oh,
too?
absolutely. We had sign-in sheets.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we'll definitely get with David and Devin to see if any new staff onboarding, that then we can get those additional staff trained as well.
Good. Any other questions, comments?
Do you want board members to go through that?
I believe that would be good.
Okay.
Secretary Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, comments?
No, I'm just mulling it over.
So no questions or comments?
Not at this time, Madam President.
Okay. Board Member George?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all that were involved and had a hand in making that training come forth, and it was successful, and great job to everybody involved. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's it. And we'll go on to item R. Request for gift and or donation for SHS Beyond Longitudinal Study. Longitudinal Study by Nanelle Walter.
Good evening, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, Madam President, board members. Are you guys able to hear me? Okay. This was a study that was sent out during COVID by the U.S. Department of Education. They asked us questions about what
policies and procedures we had in place. They wanted to know about how many students were online, how many were in person, and every month they sent us a new survey to answer questions. So we did that during the last 2 years, and then they sent me this letter last June, I think June, with the check that they wanted to gift us that for doing that study with their organization.
Any questions, board members? Comments?
I have no comment.
I don't have any comments.
Okay, I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hold on, I have a question, just looking at the dates. So is everything kosher as far as the deposit and?
Yes, we went through the process. I'm not too sure. Ms. Walters, has this been deposited already?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I was told to deposit it, and it was going to be held in a blank account, and then to do the paperwork for the board and the donation. And then they said after the board approves it, that's when it will be moved into the student activity account.
So yes, we did do our due diligence as far as the procedures through the finance department.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. So we'll go on to item Q. Bylaws of Johnson O'Malley Indian Ed Committee revisions by Mia Fuentes.
Board President Aspas, Vice President and board members of the board, Superintendent Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Deswood. I will be presenting the revisions of the bylaws for the Johnson Valley Indian Education Committee online. I do have Dr. Begay and Dr. Lopez with me. So this past month, our IEC members had collectively decided to update the bylaws to include their term for the school year to begin from July through June. Previously, it was noted in the bylaws that their term is from September through June, but due to duties or during the summer and then planning for the incoming school year to be better prepared and more time approving the financial part of it that happens on a monthly basis, the RFRs, they wanted to go ahead and update the bylaws. So in this current version of the bylaws on page 3, under Article 4, membership, section 1, sub-item B, it says election process to select members. And then the last bullet point. Previously, it stated elected officials will begin in September. That's been updated to elected officials will begin from July through June. And then going down to page number 6, we have under Article 6, Section 2, regular meetings, where it states regular meetings are not to exceed 12 in total. Previously, it was 10 in total. And so with that, our IEC committee does want to be year-round instead of taking that 2 months off. That way, in preparation for the next school year, they can continue to meet monthly. I stand for questions.
Go back to the elections.
Okay, that's on page 3. Also, to add, these are the only 2 verbiage in the bylaws that states anything about the the duration of their terms throughout the school year. Anywhere else, it does not state.
So how did this come about? Election process. Hello?
Board President, this is Mia. As far as I am aware, the election process has always been within the bylaws, and the only part that I've considered changing with the current members is the duration. Other than that, the election process has always been as is.
So, can you explain how the item B, how that all works? You give me an example.
So election B, election to process select members, it does have the bullet points are a list of how the nominations and elections will take place.
Yeah, I see the bullet points, but I want to hear from you an example.
Board President, since I've been with CCSD, we haven't had this election process before. We've reached out to schools to have nominations from the principal, and then from there, we haven't had a complete roster to do an election process. So at a duly called meeting, members vote in the parents that are willing to be a member.
Now it's confusing. So you just said that this has been the process, and then now you're saying that there hasn't been a nomination or elections. And I wanted to, this whole process here, this election process, I wanted to see how that, give me an example of how that's done. From the person who I gathered that's nominated or willing to be elected.
President Aspis, I might be able to answer this one. So what, and I've witnessed this happen in the district to the east as far as the nomination. So if there's enough members that show up regularly to the IEC Community Education Committee meetings in May, they hold nominations to serve on.
Hold on. Okay, I want to know from the IACO themselves.
Okay.
And I hope you're not texting to help them, Ms. Chappelle. But I want to know from them.
I'm texting
and to see that how this process is working. I don't want explanations, and we need to clarify this, and we need to know what our positions are and what our jobs are. So I really want to know, how does this process work, Ms. Cuentes?
Madam President, this is Berlinda. May I share in this?
I'm asking Miss Cientes.
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 Yes, it's Mia Cientes, Madam President. So the election process, from what I've come to learn from the Cultural Heritage Department at the time, was elections would happen when ballot nominations were sent home with students, and any parents that were interested in taking part of the committee, they would turn in those nomination forms to their school, and then the schools would turn it into the Cultural Heritage Department. And from there, come May, there would be an election that would take process following the same nominations form. The election forms would go home. The schools would collect the voting forms, and then there would be a count. And then in May, they would reveal that count, and then that's how officials would begin their term. Previously, from September to June, and for this item, it's for July through June, but not the election process, just the term duration.
Okay, so this is if there's an overwhelming nominations. Because I mean, if we're putting this process in, and maybe that's the reason why we can't get people to join the IEC committee.
Board President, that is correct. And in place of that not working to our best interests, principals would then make recommendations of their most active parents, and then they would get an insight about the JOM program. And if they're interested in continuing to join the committee, then that's when they'll join a duly called meeting. Other IEC members are informed of the parent, the places that they represent, the schools, if they fit the eligibility criteria, and then they're voted in with a majority vote.
Okay. So I just had this question yesterday at a chapter meeting, and the person was asking, do they have to have a child or a grandchild within the school district, and to be a part of the IEC? Is that so? They have to be.
Yes, they have to be a parent / guardian, or if they're a grandparent, they must obtain legal custody of the students. Their child must be in any CCSD school from age 3 all the way to grade 12. And
that's statutory.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's in the 25 CFR that I've.
And right now, how is that committee sitting? How many people, or where are we lacking?
We have 4 members. We have 3 members in the Shamrock area and 1 for Dream the Charter School.
So where are we lacking?
Members within the Newcomb area and Kirtland region area.
And how long has that been?
We've had parents from both areas, but due to them finding positions within the district, such as a teacher or a bus driver, they no longer can hold that position. I forgot to mention that was also a requirement that they cannot be CCSD employees in order to be eligible to be on the committee. So we did lose some parents in the Kirtland area due to that reason.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I have no questions or comments.
No comments.
So you're saying that the revisions were from September to June?
Yes, previously the term of the IEC was September through June, but the current members are wanting to be year-round, which is fiscal year July 1st all the way to the end of June 30th. That way, when they end in June, they're not waiting 2 months to close out to start planning for the next school year.
Okay. And you said two more other revisions. What were those?
Those two revisions did state that, regular meetings were for 10, which was the September to June. That was just updated to 12, which is July to June. And then the other part, it just said that the term begins from July to June. There was only those two areas in the bylaws that states anything about being from September to June.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to present Board President Aspas, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and Assistant Deswood. Good evening.
Okay, so we'll go on to item R. Discussion on athlete selections for all sports by Michael Switch.
Bless you.
Good evening, Madam President, Ms. Aspas, School Board members, Superintendent Mr. Carlson, and Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood. I want to thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak tonight. So tonight, I just want to go over the athletic selection criteria that we have and that we do take place. I have been visiting with all of our coaches at all three high schools. I do get feedback from them. I do want to say all of our coaches are doing a great job when it comes to selecting our student athletes and participating in our athletic programs at all three high schools. I think that we're headed in the right direction because as well as any other things in our schools that allow our kids to excel. Our coaches are doing a great job. That means we do have room for improvement because we understand how athletics is important, not only to our schools, our student athletes, but also to our communities within our three schools in the Central Consolidated School District. So I'm working with the principals, working with the athletic coordinators as well as coaches as what we can do. We want to make, we are consistent in how things are done. We want to make sure all of our student athletes that do come out, is that they are successful, not only on the athletic playing surface, on things, and it's like I said, we'll have a long ways to go. All right, so what I want to do, I just want to go over what I will be presenting in the PowerPoint, the overview of the presentation, how our athletes are selected, and that is by the New Mexico Activity Association as well as the board policy, individual school athletics selection, the final selection criteria, and just a couple of celebrations, and at the end, questions and answers. Okay, next slide, please. So there, I do want to note the criteria, how student athletes are selected. It's not based what you see in the PowerPoint, the criteria. They have to meet these criteria in order for them to come out. Academics requirements is the big thing when student athletes come out to participate or wanting to be a part of our athletic teams at all three high schools. They have to meet the academic requirements in order to participate. Another thing that's looked into, the school attendance. Are they consistent coming to school? Are they consistent attending all their classes? Is there any discipline issues with any student athletes? Would that be in school, out of school? Also, the referrals. This is another big thing, student athlete behavior, and that is looked upon. How well are their work ethics? How well do they work with other teammates? How are they coachable? That is, that's big criteria. Is coming back to the academics, the school attendance. That's one good things, and our coaches do a great job when it comes to the student athlete behavior, because a lot of our working with students and developing a nice work ethic, those are going to be tools in their toolbox they're going to have to use once they graduate from one of our three high schools. Athletics, as you know, it's very beneficial. It helps them grow mentally, physically, personally. It just, being a part of a team, it does help them develop as a well-rounded person. Also, depending on the season and depending on the sport, also when when student athletes go try out for a team, depending on what season it might be, whether it's the fall, the winter, or spring, they have to be cleared from the other coaches, and also the athletic coordinator is a part of this. They need to make sure all equipment is returned back to the coach. The coaches do have checkout sheets of what's been checked out to the student athletes, so they have to return that. If something is, damaged or whatever, the students will be responsible for that. I do want to say that when that is in their team rules for each coach. So the student athletes as well as the parents are pretty much aware of something like that does happen. They're fully aware of it. Another thing, as far as how our athletes selected, they're required to have a physical. They must have the doctor approval that there's no type of injuries or anything like that. Parent and guardian permission, and also they have to pass the concussion test. And all this can be referenced into. I did post the New Mexico Activity Association website in their handbook, and it does give the breakdown of this information for any players, parents, or guardians that want to look at this for their beneficial needs. Okay, next slide, please. I do want to say this. I broke on these next three sections. I broke this down into each individual school district. I did have the opportunity to speak with coaches. And I do want to mention, out of the three high schools, there is a different situation. And that situation is, since Newcomb is the smaller school of the three, so their criteria is going to be a little bit different than you would see probably at Shiprock and Kirtland. Here at Newcomb High School, they do have to share multiple athletes. So sometimes their numbers that come out is going to be somewhat, small compared to a Shiprock or Kirtland. Those coaches that I talked to don't like to cut They're student athletes. They work with them. They develop them. They understand how important it is to them. So they have to work with one another. When I say one another, that they, as far as student athletes and coaches, work together. They look at the leadership skills, the student attitude focus. And then again, you'll see this. Like I said, I didn't put these in any type of order, but academics is at the very top. They've got to have the academic grades in order to participate. Students all around work habits, students practice responsibilities. And I do want to mention at all three high schools, it depends on the coach. They have to talk to the athletic coordinator as well to get the approval. The individual coach can, however they want to develop the rubric. It's a score system where they rate their skill, of what's going to be interpreted into the tryout session. So I do want to say this: it's nothing to where it's going to catch any individual off guard or surprise of what they're going to do. All coaches will tell them what they'll be based on. All coaches will tell them how they will be scored and stuff like that. So they do have a rubric. They work depending on the sport, depending on the assistant coaches that are on that athletic team. They all work together and they rate all individuals that are trying out for that athletic team. Next one, please. Here at Shiprock, this is pretty much similar. Academics, attendance, both classroom and practice field. That's some of the things that the coaches mentioned to me at Shiprock. Another thing is similar to what I just previously, the team player's attitude, the maturity, experience, and then again, the skill level. And that skill level would be graded during their tryout. Once again, they are graded with a rubric of things. And I do want to mention, like I said, coaches have their own type of rubric, and it's got to be reviewed by the athletic coordinator there at the school site to make sure is fair and consistent. Depending on the sport, there's different things they'd have to do. You're going to have different things in volleyball. You're going to have different things you're based upon in football, baseball, and basketball. So it's, like I said, no one's caught off guard. They're all pretty much explained to them how they'll be graded and once they are trying out. You are going to see, as here again, individual, once again, depending on the sport, you're going to have more students trying out compared to team availability. And there's going to be, with more student athletes coming out, depending on the sport, because there are sometimes there are more players that come out depending on the sport. You're only going to have a certain amount of spots. But I do know that our coaches are very fair, consistent when working with our student athletes that are trying out. And then we'll have, like I said, they'll have their individual athletic performance through it. Okay, next slide, please. Here at Kirtland, similar to Shiprock, depending on sport, I'm going to mention this. Basketball is the big thing, both at all schools. I just don't want to single out one school, but when it comes to basketball season, boys and girls, also in volleyball too, you're going to have a large number of student athletes coming out. I do want to say we're starting to see some other sports in the Kirtland School District, at the high school district, such as golf. The golf team at Kirtland High School have a very successful season this year, both boys and girls. You're starting, as well as their soccer. The soccer programs for both boys and girls has increased over the number of years of just, the success they've had both in the district as well as being able to participate at the state level. Once again, it's academics, their attendance both in the classroom, practice field, a team player's attitude, the maturity and experience, skill level, and the number of, and then again at Kirtland, and in each year, I having spoken with the girls basketball coach, boys basketball, also spoken with the boys and girls golf coaches. Their numbers have really increased over the last 2 years, which is a good thing. And like I said, all of our athletic programs, all of our coaches are doing very successful as trying to promote all of our student athletes. But like I said, we always got room for improvement, and I can't thank for all the coaches. I do want to thank to the athletic coordinators as well as the principals at all three of these high schools. They do a great job. Next slide, please. I just want to mention the final selection criteria. All schools try not to cut. Efforts are made to work with all student athletes. You know, coaches focus on the emotional athlete in addition to physical attributes, motivation, encouragement, positive reinforcement, They also promote for off-season workouts and camps to build the skill levels for those student athletes that are coming out. They provide individual off-hour strength training, foster positive relationship with parents, and build team unity. Next slide, please. I do want to mention three things, and like I said, all of our coaches and all of our teams at all three high schools had very great years. I could name. I was just naming some things on top of my list of when I was putting this together. I do want to mention that Kirtland High School for this year, the New Mexico Activity Association New Mexico Activity Association has a director cup, and it rates the high schools from each class, from 1 to how many schools are in class 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A, and that's such. And for this year, Kirtland High School finished in the top 10 and for their athletic programs. And that's, it's based on different criteria. It's their performance of how well they've done from our fall sports or winter sports, how many participants won and competed at the state level. And so so that was one good thing about Kirtland Central High School. They were able to finish in the top 10 in Class 4A. Another thing, the cross country team, both boys and girls, participated very well at this year's cross country meets. And they, from talking with the cross country coaches, their participation increased from the previous years, and those numbers are going up. And also, I do want to recognize Newcomb High School for qualifying. It's been several years since they last attended the state playoffs in football from previous years. And we've had so many other accomplishments with all of our athletic programs, but I just want to share those things. But things are looking good for all of our athletic programs in our school district. And like I said, we have still a lot of work to do to reach that point. But I strongly feel that we're moving in the right direction, taking baby steps to get what we want to accomplish for all of our student athletes, our schools, and our communities within the CCSD school district. And I think that's my last slide, and I will take questions at this time.
Any questions, board members? Comments?
I don't have any, Madam President.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
When you were talking about Mr. Switch, when you were speaking about Newcomb, You
Mhm.
mentioned shared athletes or shared something about shared. Can you explain on that a little bit more? Thank you.
Yeah, so with Newcomb, I'll take the fall sports, for example. And this is something I really emphasize, like, coaches have to work together because you might have a student athlete that excels in volleyball, but also excels in cross country. So we want all of our at Newcomb. That's what I'm talking about sharing. You might not have that at the other two high schools. Now we do have that. I'm not saying we don't, but we do. But you'll see it more at Newcomb at sometimes, because when you do share, and it does help both teams, and it does most importantly because those student athletes that are participating, and that's their love. We don't just combine just one student, say no. And that's a big thing I do emphasize with. We have to work together as a team, because and they are there for their student athletes because they do want them to excel. So that's what I mean as far as sharing other student athletes with other programs.
May I, Board President, have a
Yes,
follow-up?
go ahead.
So it's not in terms of sharing seasons, like you have the overlap of different sports at one time shared like that, but there's going to be one athlete could be in 2 or 3 different sports within the school year. They don't necessarily overlap, but they're in all the different sports.
That's correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I've gotten some calls concerning our athletic programs and how there's some highly skilled students that are not being considered baseballs and all the sports during the school year. And I think what was mentioned was the student, if they're in good standing, but I think it's something that whereas the teachers are on daily basis are making assessments of their class, their students, and then catering to that. That I think that should be asked of our coaches as well. More and more, we all heard, especially with the safety summit, that more and more of our students are hurting in some way or another, and then I feel like graduation is not only the only breaking point, but it could also be not being picked, not being chosen for a sport, and just because and then yes, there's academics, but seriously, I've had to talk to I've talked to parents where they know for a fact that academics wasn't the reason, and that a lot of them there was a lot of violations in that, and so and my answer to that was, well, you need to have facts before saying those things, but but again, I just go towards the, you know, the state of our students now. Has our athletic program moved with those times, you know, to, you know, as being an athlete could be an answer to a high risk student, and yet we're judging them and not considering them. So I wanted to throw all of that out and what can we do? You know, to keep all of those things in mind, because I think you know, we talked about skills as being one of the and I think some of these students that are dealing with hardships or, you know, are hurting in some way, they are highly skilled. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that. And like I said, Ms. Aspis, we do have areas of improvement, and this is something that I will be working with our principals at all schools, as well as assistants, as well as the athletic coordinators, mostly with our coaches of what we can do better as a team to help our student athletes.
Mm-hmm.
I will bring this to the attention when, you know, we come back to the school year. We will have we'll have meetings at each school.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, but
okay.
Another thing is that I don't know how much you know, and this is just, I guess, not sports, it's other student clubs, and but you know, our homeless rate within the district has doubled and probably tripled. You know, but for sure it's doubled. And again, I think we need to take another look, and for whatever the reasons, you know, I guess I look at my own father as he was a coach, and how we moved to Ojo Amarillo, and nothing was there, just the school and the housing. So he went ahead and started a baseball, and whoever showed up at the field, he took them, and the same way with the gym. Whoever showed up at the gym, they were basketball players, and a lot of these students come from, you know, one parent situation, or and I'm very grateful, you know. To me, that's a coach. You know, that's the standard I saw, and that was my dad. And so I wonder, I think it needs to go back to that, because at this time, you know, we also are dealing with post-COVID, and but something to take to NMAA, you know, to consider, not just here, but, you know, maybe perhaps statewide as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
No comment.
I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member George, did you?
Yeah, no comment. Thank you.
Okay. Secretary Wells?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being patient. And we'll continue with item 4. Convene in executive session discussion on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goals, expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on collective bargaining regarding status of union negotiations on the collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
We need a motion and a second.
A motion?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I move that we convene in executive session.
I second.
Okay. Vice President Husky,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and I say yes. Okay, we will convene in executive session. session, the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goals, expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on collective bargaining regarding status of union negotiations on the collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. So can I have a motion to reconvene?
I motion to reconvene.
I second.
Okay, a vote, Vice President Husky,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and I say yes. So we are back in open session. Okay, now on to item 5, discussion. Items,
Madam President,
yes, go ahead.
I missed a couple of items, I guess. Did we discuss O and P?
Yes.
For a very long time.
Okay. For some reason, I missed that. And I
Yes.
didn't take a nap.
Board President, this is Sharon.
Go ahead.
Is there any action items on C?
No.
Executive session? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Board Member Wells, we went out of order. And since you couldn't have missed it, that's when you asked the gentleman questions on the Marine Corps ROTC.
Yep.
I guess I missed the request for gift. I did ask him.
It was the Army from Kirtland. Car wash.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay.
Okay. So we're at 5, discussion. Item A, items for the July 18th regular school board meeting. It is closed. No items.
Except we just added executive session.
Let's go to D6 then.
Okay, if you guys think of any, please let us know. They will. And because I believe we're pretty loaded.
Can I clarify a few things? So I think you said you wanted the CBA to come back in executive session on Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Sharon will need to put that back on. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then, if I recall correctly, you wanted the 24-hour deposit conversation back and the the history of bar pre-approvals back for discussion.
Yes.
So Sharon, that's B and E on the current agenda.
I got that.
And then I did share with Board President Sharon the question you sent me. And I'm just gonna say this aloud to make sure that I get this right. I think what I heard is they want the changed form back on Tuesday, but not messing with policy yet. And did you also, and she's shaking her head, yes.
Either that or follow the policy as it is.
Okay. I will take a look at that policy tomorrow and then I'll get back with you,
Until
Sharon.
the policy is changed.
Okay.
Along with the form.
Yes, ma'am. And then the other thing that we talked about was revising the policy in line with what Mr. Manning was talking about, allowing for a waiver of the 24-hour rule. Do you want that back on Tuesday or do you want that next month?
Next month.
So then,
because there was another thing too that, what was that?
then we don't need to bring B back if that's the case. Cause that would take care of B.
Let's wait.
So Sharon, we take B off too then, right?
No.
Is that they're tied together?
For the,
what Mr. Manning was saying would take care of B.
He also said put the waiver in on an annual basis to cover that.
Yeah, yep. And that would be the policy change.
Yes.
okay. There was something else that I don't even see it. I didn't even write it down.
So do we take B off for till August, or do you want me to do that policy change? Because that would be B.
You just got through telling me.
You know, it's confusing. It's one thing you can remove if you want to wait till August. I'm trying to help.
Let's take it off because there was another item here that,
So Sharon, B goes to August.
oh, okay. I asked him for, I really want to keep us on focus on that ROTC. And I asked him for
An update.
yes, and Stacy, we need to hear what, and if they've, there was two things that, and a radio announcement and the chapter.
And the list from, and calling Dennis Caruth, Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Caruth.
Yeah.
Did you have that? I think so that Peter took notes on that.
Yeah.
I can check with Peter.
Okay. And I did let Vern Lee know, he's the president of the Shiprock Veterans Group.
You have the Northern Agency right there too.
And he responded back, yes, he would help us. Okay, so Sharon, did you get that last one?
You want the discussion of the MCJROTC program at Shiprock High for Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And B is removed.
Yep, August.
Yes, ma'am.
I have something to add.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I I would say delay it, but I don't think we can. But I would like a report on the where we're at on the corrective actions for the audit because our audit is starting again. And I don't want any repeat findings. So I want to know where we're at in terms of the corrective action.
A lot of it's going to point back to us.
Not
Because
like there are processes that the internal processes that
Yeah.
have to be put in place. And that's within each department.
it'll give us a guideline on how to. Okay,
So we need to know where those deficiencies are and what needs to be done so that when the new audit starts, the findings that we had this time are corrected before the next audit.
okay,
And that is for Tuesdays?
yes.
Okay.
And it can be a quick report how they're doing it, and it doesn't have to be a lengthy report, but I would like to know what the status is. Thank you.
Can we make it a rule that they're all quick reports?
Oh, sorry. Did that happen? Did I say that out loud?
Can we put that in the policy somewhere?
Okay.
Quick
Mary.
reports or one question by board member.
No,
Marian.
no board member can take more than 5 minutes to ask questions.
Secretary Wells, what do you mean as quick? Quick as 10 minutes, quick as in
No more than 5.
And you're talking and mentioning about the time, the length, and but you're the board member that asks what? How many questions?
Now, Christina, you can't say that I ask a lot of questions.
So not in this conversation.
So that's what I mean. You gotta be fair.
in this whole thing too.
I'm trying to set an example for everybody.
Okay, let's adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, second. Cheryl second. And so vote VP Haskey.
Yeah.
Secretary Wells.
Yes,
Board member George.
most definitely.
And I vote yes. Bye.